lóde. Ọkùnrin kígbe, obìnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló kígbe owó ìlú mọ́lẹ̀. Lúlẹ̀ o, kò sówó lóde. Lúlẹ̀ o, kò sówó lóde. Ọkùnrin kígbe, obìnrin kígbe. Apá ọ̀lẹ́kẹ̀ ló kígbe owó. Sisi múra gẹ́gẹ́, wọ́n wá ẹ̀ wá sílé. Bèbí múra gẹ́gẹ́, wọ́n wá ẹ̀ wá sílé. Wọ́n ní obìnrin yẹn délé, wọn ò jíṣẹ́ fún ẹni. Irọ́ ló ń pa o, owó ló wá yẹn. Ìlú mọ́lẹ̀, lúlẹ̀ o, kò sówó lóde. Lúlẹ̀ o, kò sówó lóde. Ọkùnrin kígbe, obìnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló kígbe owó. Ọkùnrin kígbe, obìnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló kígbe owó.
Good afternoon, good morning, sorry, and a very big welcome to each and every one of you to the 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Series. Please give yourselves a big round of applause. I think the band also deserves a huge round of applause for keeping us company all this while. I think you can do much better than that if you want them to keep giving you good music. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this time every year for the last 18 years, we gather to honor a man of integrity, a man that's distinguished himself amongst us, a leader of a colossal size, a man who was deep in thought and passionate about service. Today, we hold the 18th lecture in the series called the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Series. If you feel blessed to be here today, please put your hands together for yourselves. My name is Surveyors Vincent Adewebi. I have the privilege and the honor to be your MC for today's occasion. I have brought a fellow Afin to join me in this most honorable duty. Unfortunately, he's late, but he's on his way. So in his absentia, because he's an egbon to me, I want to be able to report to him that we had already clapped for him when he comes. So when the past presidents decide to find him, they will be able to find him very well. Please put your hands together for our celebrity MC, High Chief Yemi Sholade. Hey, now you agree, it's a fellow Afin like me, Abi. Well, let's get through the safety portion quickly. To my left are the conveniences. There's a staircase behind you, and there's a staircase right in front of you. We don't pray for any mishaps, but should anything happen, our ushers will guide you safely out of this particular facility. Do not panic, do not rush. Everything will definitely go well. So, I'd like to call upon each and every one of you to stand as we take the national anthem. Standing, let us take the opening prayer, which is the second stanza of the national anthem. I know some of us don't know it. It's the inner front cover. One, two. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, let our youth be true to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and truth, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. May justice reign and peace reign in this land. Amen. Please have seats. Once again, on behalf of the chairman and the entire executive committee of NIS Lagos, I have the pleasure to welcome you all to the 18th edition of the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Series. Today, like every other Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture we've had in the past, we are definitely going to have a wonderful time. The organization has been well done. We're using a brand new venue we have never used before. The committee has worked hard. The chairman has definitely given them the necessary cash backing. And we have a legend as our guest lecturer this year. So please, let's put our hands together for the organizing committee. I don't know what it is about this NIS Lagos. You guys don't want to relax at all. You just want to be the best of the best of the best. You don't want other branches to catch up with you. The foundation laid by our forefathers, many of them seated here today, is still waxing strong. If you are a member of NIS Lagos, you are a member and a participant to a very proud heritage. If you believe what I just said, please give yourself a thunderous round of applause. Clap like you mean it. Clap like I just gave you 1 billion naira. You people are not proud in at all. Oh, Joyin Loju. I'd like to take some recognitions now. Guests that will be coming to sit on the high table. I'd like to start by first recognizing our chief host. He's still dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Sir, you're going to correct my own copy of the speech, if that's what you're doing. Please put your hands together for our chairman, your chairman. KK is okay. Surveyor Kolade Kazim. We're still expecting a representative of the Kukoyi family, and as soon as they're here, we'll call them onto the high table. I have the honor and privilege of calling onto the high table our most revered past president, Professor Faje Miroko, CON. Please, you're welcome to the high table, sir. Please. What is that? Thank you very much. You're most welcome, sir. Professor Faje Miroko did us so proud last year by being awarded the Officer of the Order of the Niger. I'm going to shake him now so I can also collect from that blessing. Thank you, sir. The Afin clan, Ben, you know, sir. I also have the pleasure of inviting a wonderful man and his wonderful wife onto the high table. Our dear past president, Reverend Bosun Ainde and Mama Bosun Ainde, fondly called Peju by my Oga. Erama, gently. You're welcome, sir. Mommy, you're most welcome, ma.
Those who don't clap, I will not clap.
Permit me to also call onto the high table an emeritus national officer, someone that has represented this branch with distinction and pride. Please put your hands together as I call onto the high table one of our past vice presidents, Surveyor Odukoya. Please put your hands together for him. Come, sir. This high table reads like an open book test. I'm sure people already know the next person I'm going to call. Give a resounding welcome onto the high table the chairman of the Board of Fellows of the NIS, our very own Surveyor Dr. Shola Atilola. You're most welcome, sir. Well, he has always followed in the footsteps of Baba Kukoyi. Baba was secretary of NIS, he was secretary of NIS. Baba was president of NIS, he was president of NIS. He took the copy to another level. Baba was president of APBN. He also became the president of APBN. Please put your hands together and welcome Surveyor Adekunle Igbola, the past president of NIS, past president of APBN. Distinguished surveyors, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to call onto the high table our guest lecturer, who is no less a person than a very wonderful Nigerian, in the person of Professor Idowu Shobowale, OON. Please, I think he deserves a standing ovation. The Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture has caught a very big fish. You're most welcome, sir. Emawole, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You're most welcome. The chairman whispered to me that if he had his way, this high table would even be much larger than this because there are so many dignitaries seated with us here today. I would like to recognize the presence of our past chairmen here seated. And from where I can see Surveyors Sunday Saidi, Prince Afolabi Sholesi, Surveyor T.O.H. Elias, Surveyor Benga Lara, Surveyor Adeleke Adeshina, the youngest 60-year-old chairman that I know. I was father of the day at his birthday. I would also like to recognize Surveyor Olusegun Fashogbon, the past registrar of Sokon, associate member of NIS Lagos, full member of NIS of the state branch. I'd like to recognize our fellows here present. Please, can our fellows please be upstanding? All our fellows, please be upstanding. Please put your hands. Clap for our fellows. Thank you very much. While they sit, I would like the rector of FSS Oyo to remain standing so we can recognize you, our very own Prof. Lola Olainka Desimu. You're welcome all the way from Oyo. Though Oyo Koluwa, but you're all the way from Oyo. Thank you for coming. I cannot but recognize the leadership of APPSN. Is the APPSN chairman here? The leadership of WIS. Is the WIS state coordinator here? Is it a calculated attempt to be collectively absent? On our way. Okay. She's around. Okay. Up Swan. Let us see you. Stand up. Beautiful, lovely looking swan. Please put your hands together for them. And our own members, the members of this wonderful branch, the people that make this branch tick, the biggest branch of NIS. You constitute over 15% of this institution. The largest, the strongest, the best. Please put your hands together for the members of NIS. Stand up, let me see you. Handsome and beautiful ladies. Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you for coming. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adeshin, who will be representing the Kukoyi family. So our high table is completely set now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start fully. Please look at your neighbor and say you are welcome. You are welcome to the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. I can't hear you. You are welcome to the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. God bless you. Say God bless you to your neighbor. When you have this kind of situation and the person you are sitting beside is somebody you have not been talking to for the last 2 weeks, then labele you'll be hearing, God bless you, God bless you. She will meet outside after this evening. So God bless you. I would now like to call on the chairman of NIS Lagos State Branch and the person of Surveyor Olukolade A. Kazim FNIS to please come and give us his welcome address. Thank you very much, MC. The
President, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, our guest lecturer, Professor Ido Shobowale, OON, past presidents of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Professor Reverend F.A. Fajamiroku, Reverend Dr. Boswan Ide, Dr. Olushola Atilola, Surveyor Akin Yibola, and also Surveyor Anthony Ashiofu, who is represented by Lady Gloria Ugebi. Past chairman of Lagos State Branch, Surveyor S.B. Saidi, Surveyor Prince Afolabi Sholesi, Surveyor T.O.H.E. Elias, Surveyor Benga Lara, and Surveyor A.A. Adenike. Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Ayokuno Adesina, who called earlier, chairpersons of state branches of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, chairman of APPSN, state coordinator, Women in Surveying, state coordinator, Young Surveyors Network, our beautiful SWAN members, members of the Adekunle Kukoyi family, represented by Architect Adesion, members of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you once again to another edition of our annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. This year's edition makes it the 18th, and we hope the lecture series will go on for much longer. Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi remains an icon for many, not only in the surveying community, and his footprints in professional and public life are benchmarks for many of us. He was our president from 1973 to 78, and he was also the first president of the APBN. He also left his footprints in other various professional bodies. He became president of the Nigerian Institute of Management from 1991 to 1994. He was also a director on boards of a number of companies and institutions. And he also served the country as a sports administrator. And many of us who knew him also know how committed he was to Rotary Club events and community engagement. Our lecture themes over the years have cut across issues affecting our society, leadership and good governance, integrity, socio-economic development, to name a few. And I would like to thank all our past lecturers and all participants who have contributed to making the lecture series a success over the years. Our guest lecturer today is Professor Ido Shobowale, OON, a professor of mass communication, a journalist, and as he describes himself, a farmer. He has served twice in previous administrations of the state as special advisor on education to Governor Lateef Jakonde in 1981, also special advisor to Governor Bola Tinubu in 1999, and was later appointed Commissioner for Education in 2001. Please, our local Leni, we are glad to have him as our lecturer today. Ladies and gentlemen, in less than a month, we shall be going to the polls to elect those who will steer our affairs at various levels. Prof has chosen a very interesting title, 2023, General Elections, Wither Nigeria. I wish I could give you a little insight into his thoughts, but I'm glad he's here himself to shed light on his own thoughts. I welcome everybody and I wish you happy listening. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for my chairman. I'd like to do some more recognitions, please. I'd like to recognize the presence of Lady Gloria Ugo, who is representing past President Antonia Shefu. You're welcome. We also have some very young ones with us here, students from the following schools, and I'd like to recognize them as well. Vivian Flower Memorial College, please stand up for recognition. Vivian Flower. Anwar Islam Model College, you're welcome. Mind Builders High School, you're most welcome. And Anwar Islam Girls High School, you're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. So much has been said, so much has been said about this lecture. For those of you here for the first time, this is the 18th edition and there have been 17 former editions. We've had lecturers from different spheres of life who have enriched the discourse of this lecture over the years. But the man we're celebrating himself, from the poll I took initially, I found out that there are more people here who have never met Baba Kukoyi than those who actually have. So the next item on the agenda is actually to give you a deep insight into who the man Adekunle Kukoyi is. And to read that citation is another great man, past President Boso Ainde, FNIS. Sir, you're most welcome. Please listen attentively.
Thank you, Mr. MC. May I have some water, please? There are no water on the app. Actually, today I missed Auntie Mama Kukoyi, but it's not easy for a 90-year-old woman to be around. She has never missed any of these lecture series except the one during the COVID-19. When I walked into this hall today, I thought that it was a dance party. And there was a lot of old-time music and people were just jubilating and enjoying themselves. It's a pleasure for me to be here again. I didn't know I would be reading the citation either, but here we are. Mr. Chairman, Lagos State Branch, the guest speaker, the guest speaker always calls people his age mate. Even when they are 20 years older than him, he will still call them his age mate. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Past presidents here present, past chairman, Lagos State Branch, fellows, SWAN members, ladies and gentlemen. If you turn your program to page 6 and 7, you will see the profile of Oga Adekunle Kukoyi there. And you can read that at your own leisure. If you also want additional information about Oga Adekunle Kukoyi, you will find it in the history of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, 1934 to 2020, I believe. A detailed profile of Oga Kukoyi is there. I'll put a few of these things together for today. Apostle John the Divine, giving testimony as an eyewitness to the life of Jesus Christ, wrote, and I quote, "That which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we looked upon and have touched with our hands, we proclaim also to you, so that you too may have fellowship with us." 1 John 1:1-4. Many of you have heard about Adekunle Kukoyi. Some of you saw him afar, some close, and some knew of him, but few really knew him. Your program contains the profile of Adekunle Kukoyi. I had the privilege of knowing Adekunle Kukoyi. I also had the privilege of serving in his executive while he was president of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors. And I served with him when he was governor, Rotary International District 9110. More than these, I also had the rare privilege of serving as his pastor in the last few years of his life. What is written in your program does not constitute the totality of why Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture had endured for so long. Some of us make it a yearly ritual of attending Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture because of his humanity, the quality of his nature, and his life of service. Selfless service, not only to the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, but wherever he found himself and throughout his lifetime. Do you know that Adekunle Kukoyi served the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors as Secretary General for an unbroken period of 13 years, 1960 to 1973. He did so not because he wished to perpetuate himself in office, but because there was no one willing to take over from him, knowing the amount of investment in time and substance he devoted to the assignment. He offered this service purely in the interest of the profession of surveying and the progress of the institution. He relinquished the office of Secretary General of the institution only when he succeeded in persuading Surveyor J.O. Daramola to succeed him. It is worth noting that in accepting the offer, Surveyor Daramola himself lost his appointment in the Federal Ministry of Works. Surveyor Daramola was forced to resign his appointment at the Federal Ministry of Works Survey Department because at that time, and sometimes even now, pro-NIS was seen as anti-government. Such was the sacrifice made by some of our leaders. Do you also know that Adekunle Kukoyi served the institution for 5 years as president, 1973 to 1978. Thus, in the history of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, Adekunle Kukoyi was the longest serving Secretary General the longest serving president and also the youngest president of the institution, for he left office as president before attaining the age of 50 years. Today, many of you save money to join the bandwagon to attend the yearly pilgrimage of the FIG, International Federation of Surveyors Conference, wherever it is held in the world. Some of you undertake the journey fully or partly sponsored by an institution, either at the state level or national level. But how many of you know how the institution became a member association of the FIG? Similarly, in recent years, one of our past presidents, past President Omar Akibe, was nominated and served as Vice President for Africa region of CASO, Commonwealth Association of Surveying and Land Economy. But how many of you know how the institution became a founding member society of CASO? And who was the first ever Vice President, Africa region of CASO? Also recent, another past president of our institution, past President Oyebola, served as president of APBN, Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. Again, how many of you know who the very first president of this body was, and how the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors became one of the founding member associations of this body? In all of the instances mentioned above, Adekunle Kukoyi was the architect, spending his time and money to bring the institution into the limelight of professional bodies nationally and internationally. For the record, Adekunle Kukoyi succeeded in securing observer status for the institution at the FIG conference held in Rome in 1968, and subsequently obtained full membership status in 1970 at the FIG conference held in London. He paid his own expenses without any subsidy from the institution. He was a little bit lucky regarding CASO. As part of his expenses to the inaugural meeting of CASO held in Georgetown, Guyana, 15 to 19 December 1969, was paid by the Commonwealth Foundation, the sponsor of the body. Not only did he succeed in ensuring that our institution became a founder member society of CASO, he was also elected the very first Vice President, Africa region, at that inaugural meeting. All of these he achieved while he was still the General Secretary of the institution. Furthermore, when he became president in 1973, he, alongside Chief R. Oluwole Koka, brought the FIG Working Committee meeting, the first ever meeting of FIG held outside European countries, to Africa. The meeting was held in Ibadan in 1976. May I request you all to stand and observe a 1 minute silence in honor and memory of a true surveyor and a gentleman who offered selfless service to the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, the profession of surveying, and to mankind, Oludotun Adekunle Kukoyi. May the souls of the faithful departed rest in peace. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please let's have another round of applause for our worthy past president. That was a special profile of the man we are celebrating today. I'm sure if you go to page 22 and 23, after listening to this profile, you will not be surprised that the likes of Dr. Michael Omolayole, Professor Akin Mabogunje, Professor Grace A. Alele Williams, Professor Olajide Kufoni, Chief Afe Babalola, Professor Ise Sage, Professor Sophie Oluwole, Professor Francis Remy Anifowoshe, Malam Yusuf O. Ali, Professor Mrs. Paulina Kuforola Makinwa Adebusoye, Professor Gabriel B. Ogumola, Mr. Itwa Igodalo, Chief Dr. Mrs. Onikpeko Akonde, Ambassador Dr. Olatokunbo Awolowo Dosumu, Sir Oluremi Omotosho, Mrs. Omotayo Omotosho, and Brigadier General Retired Larinde Laoye have honored this lecture because of the person that Baba Kukoyi is. And that is why today, adding to this illustrious list, we have Professor Idowu Shobowale, OON. Please put your hands together for all our past lecturers. And also find it in your heart to say a prayer for those of them that have already departed. I now have the honor and privilege to call on a past chairman, Surveyors Bengalara, to please come and read the citation of our guest lecturer. Please put your hands together for Surveyors Bengalara. While he's making his way up to the high table, I would like to invite to the high table as well the representative of the Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Additional, in the person of Surveyor Mrs. Adenike Tejosho.
It looks like I will need a bottle of water too.
Room temperature.
Still water, not spring water. Thank you.
Shake.
While we are waiting for the representative of the Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Mrs. Tejosho, to sit properly, may I crave the indulgence of the guest speaker of today to please remain seated while I read the citation. I believe you can all see him from afar. He's well over 80, though he's looking young, because he eats fresh fruit from his farm. And from the farmlands of Ashipa, near Abeokuta, Ogun State, grew a modest but dramatic ambition to be an auto mechanic. You know what they call mechanic? That was the ambition, the initial ambition of the guest lecturer for today. From the mission for 1 year schooling to learn numeracy at age 13, arose a hunger for Western education that enrolled him in secondary school at age 19. That was when most of us were past our secondary school. And at that age and at that school, he became the prefect in charge of labor and ultimately the senior prefect. He went on to acquire a diploma and a Bachelor of Arts honors in mass communication at the prestigious University of Lagos between 1971 and 1973. Great Akokite. You have new notes now. If you want to shout, shout. Great Akokite. He was there between 1971 and 1973 when less than 1/4 of the people in this hall have been born. He also served as the Public Relations Secretary, University of Lagos Students Union. Aluta don't start tete. While in school, he chose journalism as a pastime, reporting news events for the school. He rose quickly in the ranks from a cub reporter to war correspondent, acting chief correspondent in Kano and Rivers State. Later, he became the acting editor, Evening Times, and assistant editor, Daily Times, and later became the acting deputy editor, Daily Times, in 1974. In the same year, he became a lecturer at the Department of Mass Communication, UNILAG, and soon became the acting head of department. He seems excellent at multitasking because he received his award of a master's degree and PhD in public communication from Syracuse University 2 years apart when he finished his master's. He had only 3 units out of the 90 credit units of coursework for his PhD program. Professor Shobowale served as vice president and later president of the Nigerian Students in the Americas. That's the Syracuse University chapter. He came back to serve as chairman, implementation committee on transfer of pupils from private to public primary schools in Lagos under the Jakonde Free Education Scheme. How many of us were products of Jakonde School here? I can see 1, 2, oh, plenty. I am a Jakonde. That was the gentleman who made it seamless for you to transfer from private to public private schools in Lagos State. By 1981, he became the special advisor on education to Governor Jakonde of Lagos State. He served as a member on the board of Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation. He was also the sole administrator, Lagos State College of Science and Technology, later Lagos State Polytechnic, and what we now have as the Lagos University of Science and Technology. Between 1989 and 1999, he served as the MD, Chief Executive Officer, Prime Publication Limited, and Chief Consultant, Chief Executive Officer, Idosa Consult. The Lagos State government sought him out again as a special advisor on education in 1999 to Governor Tinubu. And by 2001, he was appointed Commissioner for Education in Lagos State. Between 2003 and 2015, he served as Dean, Lagos State School of Communication, and later Dean, School of Communication, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, and later Head of Department, Mass Communication Department, Covenant University, and Postgraduate Representative, College of Development Studies, Covenant University. He is the Chair, Board of Trustees, UNILAG Mass Communication. Oh, sorry, I take that again. He is the Chair, Board of Trustees, UNILAG Mass Communication Alumni Association, an association for communication scholars and professionals of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Idowu Akanbi Showale, Officer of the Order of Niger, is a professor of mass communication, education policy regulator, journalist, and farmer. He has over 80 journal articles, book chapters, books, conference papers, and monographs in reputable national and international outlets. His latest edition is Unexpected Turns, Farming, Journalism, Academia, and Politics, which was released on his 88th birthday
on March 29, 2021. You can see why I crave his indulgence to remain seated. He's well over 80. And he was able to climb this staircase unaided, unlike some of us. He's a member of many learned societies, such as the African Council for Communication Education, Association for Communication Scholars and Professionals of Nigeria, Association for Education in Journalism and Mass Communication, and the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, where he once served as the Assistant Secretary. He has been presented with over 40 awards, including the Lifelong Achievement Award, Corporate Mirror Diamond Award for selfless service and contribution to the upliftment of education in Nigeria. And he capped it up with an award of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON Award. Like past President Boswani will say, if you must clap, clap. And to cap it off, I'll take that again. He was awarded the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. You are now aspiring to become an awardee. And that is among many others. Since 1980, Professor Shobowale has served as the chair, Baptist Academy Old Students Association, that is the class of 1964. He became the vice president and later the president, Baptist Men's Fellowship, Shepherd Hill Baptist Church. The publicity secretary, Shepherd Hill Baptist Church, secretary, vice president, and president, Bagada Phase 2 Residents Association. The list is inexhaustive. He still supervises and guides the designing of opinion research, analytic processes, and writing of survey reports of his students anytime they reach out to him. You know the difference between survey reports and reports of surveyors. I think you get that right. So he has not encroached into our territory. Professor Idobu Shobowale is happily married to Mrs. Elizabeth Abiodun Aduni Ni Kuku, and they are blessed with 5 lovely children and several grandchildren. Now you notice that the guest speaker has an Oriki, is Akoni, and the wife too has an Oriki, Aduni. How many of us have Orikis here? Till date, Professor Shobowale enjoys public motivational speaking, counseling, reading, writing, driving, but not fast anymore. Because he said during the Civil War period, he used to drive very, very fast. He told us when we paid him a visit in his house some few days ago. And of course, he loves listening to music. Because if you like driving, you must like music so that you don't get bored while driving. And like I said, he likes listening to good music, not I want shaje. And to top it all, he loves having good conversations. He is widely traveled. The chairman of this occasion, past presidents here seated, distinguished fellows, members, and our guests, help me to welcome to the podium Professor Idowu Akoni Shobowale, Officer of the Order of the Niger, to deliver the 18th edition of the annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, Reverend Dr. Boswani stirred a controversy, and I think I should put that to rest before I proceed. It was not out of impudence or desire to insult my seniors that made me to say anybody from age 50 is the age mate of any other person, even if it is 100-year-old. That arose from the several surveys that I did, social science surveys, not surveying. And I discovered that when you begin to deal with age range of respondents, after 50, the number became very small, very small. That for you to make out any meaningful result from that particular last group, you have to lump 50 and above. So that was the genesis of my calling everybody, including I think a 102-year-old Pa Peters of our church of blessed memory. He was my age mate. So, the chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Surveyor Olukolade A. Kasim, representative of the late Surveyor Kukoyi's family, I want you to grant me the indulgence to stand on the already established protocols. I want to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to present this address. Experiences of Nigerians since 1999 have made every preceding administration look like the angel when compared to its successor. Much as the preceding government was vilified for all manners of maladministration, unfairness, injustice, and inconsideration by the citizens and those seeking to succeed it, the new administration oftentimes got started on a worse trajectory. Hardly had the regime started when the people began to find faults. No sooner had acts of impunity begun to rear their ugly faces when higher level of pain and hardship began to be inflicted on the citizens. Though they groaned and cried, the citizens' tears hardly got noticed by those who were to ameliorate their pains. Rather than show the people pity, they rubbed salt on their wounds. They let them know there was nothing they could do. When the time to deliver on the promises they had made during electioneering campaigns came, they vanished and became unavailable. This act of disappearing from those they had promised to help was owned up to be deliberate during a workshop organized for local government chairmen, secretaries, and supervisors in Abeokuta by Senator Ken Nnamani. I was one of the facilitators. The participants were asked why they always disappeared from the radar of their electors soon after their elections. It was a unanimous admission that if they made themselves easily available, they would be totally drained, that they would not be able to do anything for themselves. They said the electorate bothered them for virtually every financial need of theirs. Some even confessed that they adopted a policy of keeping away from those who helped them to win until probably the next time. That is the irony of the situation. 3 or 4 years later, when the citizens' help is required to vote for them again, they will go back to them with a new bag of lies and promises they never intended to fulfill. Out of desperation and need, the people get enticed and fall for the lies again. It has so much become a culture that the politicians see it as a strategy to extort votes or attention, and the citizens an opportunity to get what they could, knowing they might never again be able to get the officials' attention, and it became a social contract of sorts. That is why it has become a norm for politicians to regard themselves bound by, not bound by their promises, and the citizens on their part not to regard the politicians as men and women of honor. Is that the way it should be? For how long should this continue? While the people languish in pain and agony, they see their elected and appointed officials flaunt obscene affluence in their faces. Most times, these possessions are acquired illegally, and in some cases, they are stolen from the people with impunity. Hence, the desire often not to mind stepping on people's rights to win elections or to get appointed. Politicians do not mind assassinating other people's characters, implicating others falsely, sending thugs after opponents to maim or even kill them outrightly so that they can usurp their positions, for they know there would be no consequences. Should we continue this way? Is it time for us to have is it not time for us to have a rethink? Haven't we reached a point in our political, social, and economic life as a nation and as a people to reassess our situation? Are we caused to hate ourselves so much that no milk of human kindness is allowed to flow from one to others, except where self-interest is involved? Who has jinxed us? Hasn't the time come to shake off the curse? We have been so ingrained in most of our antisocial behaviors that anyone trying to beat the normal track is perceived as abnormal. The very people who are charged by God and the authority and paid from the citizens' sweat to look after them are the very ones trampling on the people's rights. We have in recent months witnessed recriminations, bulk passing, and blame shifting. Those who are paid to maintain peace and order are the very first to break the law and visit their brutish power on innocent citizens, mostly going about their lawful duties or making innocuous remarks on issues that are within the purview of their democratic rights. The most annoying aspect of this is that most often it is the security officials who ought to know better and offer appropriate advice to their principals that are the first to overzealously trample on innocent people's rights, knowing they will enjoy the backing of their bosses. We must, however, commend the bravery and the assertion of the judiciary in recent times to show that we are all equal before the law. Some of the bold pronouncements some of our courts have made to curb the impunity of government functionaries who indulge in disobedience of court orders, even threatening to imprison some heads of government institutions, have shown a new resolve to cut their excesses. But more has to and must be done in the next administration to nurture a humane society. Way forward, while we might say hitherto, previous administrations have not laid worthy examples for us to follow, a growing democracy, we must introspectively re-examine our individual selves, the various groups we belong to, our families, our various social groupings, up to the larger entities in which we play one role or the other. How exactly do we play these roles? Let us also look at those roles in relation to the various functions we perform or the positions we hold. Some of us perform in more executive roles than others. In this model, communication flows vertically, that is, information or orders are issued from the top and passed down through a chain of commands. And the instructions, when carried out, are passed upwards again via the same channels for verification, ratification, or as feedback. This model is often more bureaucratic and more authoritarian. The upper echelon of the channel is always more assertive and impunity-driven. The system allows it that latitude to operate, sometimes by fiat or imbued with extrajudicial authority. That is the major reason things may remain the same no matter who rules Nigeria in the next dispensation, unless a conscious effort is made to modify the system. Every group that has ruled this nation since 1960 has done so with presumably the best intention, quote and unquote. And those advisors and aides who assisted them would always argue they were acting in the best interest of the citizens. This is where it is always difficult to draw the line between national or public interest, quote and unquote, and personal interest, quote and unquote, which public servants bandy around and mischievously apply when it suits them. In the Second Republic, at a time Nigeria experienced the importation armada of commodities, when everything from matchstick to almost the air we breathed was imported, and we were nearly suffocated by the imported items, there was a public lecture at the University of Lagos. During reactions after the lead presentation, people literally put Umaru Diko's head on the guillotine to chop it off. Diko was Shehu Shagari's Minister of Commerce and Industry. I told the audience that as far as Diko was concerned, he was doing the best for Nigeria. I was nearly mobbed for my view, not because it was not tenable, but simply because it was coming from a special advisor to Governor Lateef Jakonde of Lagos State, who was in the opposing political party to Diko's. But Diko had party members who were not from his party, from his part of the country, nor shared his religious beliefs. The needs of people from Diko's area of the country were not exactly the needs of people from other parts of the nation. There were other National Party of Nigeria, MPN, members who did not hail from Diko's state of origin. Why couldn't other members of the party advise against inundating and inflicting the country with such horrific economic policy? Hadn't that been the pattern of the administration of our nation before, during, and since that era? Indeed, a Nigerian who was secretary to Diko's Committee on Importation of Essential Commodities, a friend of mine, was on an overseas trip with Diko to purchase essential commodities for Nigeria when the Buhari Idiagbon coup occurred. Instead of returning to Nigeria, they dispersed. My friend who held the committee's post went to seek asylum in Cote d'Ivoire, where he later established a school. Another germane personal experience I had was the penchant for Nigerians to latch onto politicians and political appointees to feather their nests. The first time Jakonde appointed me the chairman of the committee to effect his policy of transferring pupils from private to public schools in Lagos, and particularly when he later appointed me his special advisor, a throng of relations, friends, and acquaintances, many of whom I never knew from Adam, swarmed on me. They had come to advise me on how I could ask for land, house, cars, and contracts. They had also told me I could use them as fronts in order to shield me from exposure. When Bola Tinubu also appointed me as special advisor and later commissioner for education, they returned and chided me for not listening to them the first time. They re-emphasized their faithfulness and pledged never to cheat me. I restated to them my disinterestedness in doing business while on an appointment. All the previously unknown relatives and friends suddenly disappeared from my radar. What reasons have we to believe that these hangers-on are no longer available or have desisted from their favorite pastime? The culture of impunity and zero consequences for our actions against the state that has descended on our land over time gradually has become a second nature. The behavior of our leaders and others in positions of authority has entrenched indiscipline in our society to the extent that lawlessness has become our pastime. Those who are paid to maintain law and order are the chief lawbreakers in the land. The overall effect of all this are degeneration of morals, gross debasement of our social values, lack of respect, disobedience, dishonesty, indolence, absence of fair play, and empathy. Instead, the alien and undesirable values of greed, selfishness, cruelty, inordinate ambition have been elaborated and elevated to the position of personal deities that many of us today worship. Because the leaders themselves have debased the once cherished values that gave society its dignity, they totally lost control over the alienated youths and the succeeding generation of Nigerians. The result, of course, has been the great decadence that we have witnessed in our social, political, and economic behaviors over time. These have translated to the massive corruption and the great indiscipline that have characterized the lives of many, to the extent of Nigeria being described as corruption capital of the world. To change our image and rebrand, the only way we can move forward as a nation is to change our attitudes. To do this calls for an all-round effort by all citizens who sincerely believe that a change is desirable. To create a new image, the necessary change must be initiated from the top. In my inaugural lecture at the Lagos State University in 2005, I proposed a quasi-democratic system of administration for Nigeria. I suggested that those aspiring to lead the country should set themselves apart from the rest of the populace by willing to make unusual sacrifices at whatever cost to their comfort, their acquisitive instincts, or whatever pressure will be brought to bear on them, even by members of their families. They must be willing to sacrifice even their lives to attain the goal of equity, fairness, justice, and even development for the country. I believe then, and I still do now, that if we had a person with such attributes at the helm of affairs in each state and the federal capital territory, things will begin to take a better shape. With a highly principled and uncompromising person at the top, discipline and obedience of rules and regulations will permeate down the ladder. With such a person, compromise and submission to pressure, no matter from which quarters, would not hold sway. I am not unmindful that there will be people hearing this who might say it is easier said than done, even among the august audience here today. But believe you me, there is no suggestion contained in this address that I have not practiced successively to the glory of God. I have been, thank you. I have been on non-talking terms with my wife for a spell of time because I would not permit our children to take an undue advantage when we transfer pupils from private to public schools. During the Jakonde administration. Then, our children were at the University of Lagos Staff School. I moved all of them to Ikeja High School. Nigerian leaders are not difficult to convince. On 2 occasions, I refused to hand over donations by my principals, Alhaji Lateef Kayode Jakonde and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to organizations where I went to represent them because of the acts of indiscipline I observed. They thanked me for my decisions. There were 2 occasions when I turned down a request from the head of the Tinubu family on principle. All I heard from my boss was, if it is a matter of good conscience, please stand by your decision. Prior to these instances, I had 3 encounters with Alhaji Babatunde Jose of blessed memory, the emperor of the Daily Times Empire. I was acting editor of the Evening Times. On each occasion, he had wanted me to change my headline. On the first 2 instances, I told him, "Sir, I am the editor of this paper. This is the headline I will use, sir." On each occasion, he replied, quote and unquote, "All right, Mr. Editor." But on the third occasion, he retorted, "You are the editor, but I am the publisher. As the publisher, it is what I want that you will do." I replied, "Sir, I will change the headline because I have not got another job." Alhaji Joseph gave me the best testimonial anybody could ever hope for after that afternoon after the production. I'm convinced beyond doubt that if the intention is good and the political will is there, a lot could change for the better in our country. For instance, during the days as either special advisor or commissioner, the Ministry of Education in Lagos drew much support from Mr. Akim Odumosu, a former commissioner of police in Lagos, who then was head of a task force. And the general public, in our fight against rascality and indiscipline among school heads, you will be surprised, teachers, parents, and students in the Lagos State school system. Parents Teachers Association, PTA, of various schools throughout the state replicated our RRT, that is Rapid Response Team model, and went after students playing truancy, going to other schools to cause mayhem, or just wandering about when they ought to be in their schools. They arrested them and brought them to Alausa for discipline. Some parents, particularly single mothers, brought their unruly words to us for discipline. Of course, we told them we were not set up to usurp their roles at home. Unruly school heads, and those school heads were many, and teachers who were not attuned to discipline were held accountable and encouraged to fall in line. In no distant time at all, People had fallen in line, truancy and unruly behavior had seriously diminished in Lagos. Steps towards changing people. To get these positive behaviors from followers, the leader himself or herself must first exhibit them. There are three possible ways of effecting behavioral change. It is possible to do so through the use of coercion. This is a model that we have used often in Nigeria, particularly during the military regime. Except expected behavior or behaviors are prescribed and sternly monitored for compliance. Any deviation is rewarded with punishment. For as long as that type of reward remains available, compliance remains attainable. However, once the source of punishment is removed or compromised, compliance can no longer be guaranteed. People are no longer obligated to continue, nor are they compelled to reckon with the issuing authority. Another method by which change can be obtained is to associate with the change agent. This usually happens when there is an attraction between those introducing the change and those to be changed. For as long as the association between them subsists, they will continue to embrace the change. But the moment the affection dissipates, there will be no strong reason to embrace the values being propagated. In both of these situations, the sincerity of the agent is critical. In the situation of coercion, if it is perceived that the authority figure is insincere, partial, or unserious, the followers too will relax and go back to their former way of behaving. We routinely see this in the observance of our traffic regulations. Because those who are supposed to ensure adherence to our traffic laws frequently disobey them. Commercial drivers and even some of the more enlightened car owners also disregard these laws. Hence, the frequent chaos we find on our roads. When the lawkeeper breaks the law, then there will be nobody to keep the law. I have myself run foul of this a few times. I'm sorry. I have myself run foul of this a number of times because of pressure that people mounted on me. But let me say that the way I was answered by the people I approached for help on behalf of those who approached me assisted me to muster enough courage to say capital no thereafter. On two occasions, two of my colleagues could not say no to me, just the same way I could not say no to those who had approached me. but they answered in an unmistakable way. In one instance, a colleague took money from his pocket and gave it to the person I sent to him to go and pay for the service I demanded. Similarly, in the second instance, another colleague also paid from his pocket to get the service performed. If everyone who has influence to wield would just behave like my colleagues, not necessarily paying for people, but learning to say no firmly, then people would understand that rules and regulations are meant to be followed. Most times, our leaders don't want to say no to us in order not to hurt us. But the time has come for us in Nigeria when we need to say capital no to people if we must teach necessary lessons against long leg, quote and unquote, and corruption or influence peddling in general. The third and the most enduring way of inculcating values is by assimilation. When a value is introduced for adoption, it will best be assimilated when the people identify with it and when they also adopt the value. It will, and when they also practice it with or without incentive. The only precondition is that people must understand the value and see the benefit of it to them. This means only one thing: serious advocacy. The man, Adekunle Kukoyi, I requested for a write-up on the late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi. I want to say here that the man whose 18th annual memorial lecture we are presenting here today, at this moment, I found several instances of what I have been espousing in this presentation exhibited and practiced by him. It is not surprising, therefore, that he is still being remembered with such nostalgia today. I recall several years ago when my pastor, also a surveyor and a past chairman too, Reverend Dr. Boswanyide, talked glowingly about the late Surveyor Kukoyi. Knowing Reverend Ayide's own qualities, I just thought and said to myself, this man must be a good Nigerian. Now, I know better than just that. I'm getting to the end. Suggestions. We have tried to trace our journey to where we are today as a nation. How do we then trace the trajectory that we need to follow to the next desirable stage? Even though our situation may be seemingly bad, it is not irredeemable. It only calls for discipline, dedication, commitment, sacrifice, patriotism, and the discipline and the biblical love of, quote and unquote, our neighbor. on the part of the leader and the led. The leadership must set the ball rolling by concrete examples that followership can emulate and follow. What needs to be done were highlighted in the Republic of Mauritania a few days back by our president, where he went to collect an award. He urged leaders in Africa to, one, place a premium on youth development with more seriousness and actionable ideas in promoting skills acquisition while discouraging idleness. Two, idleness of youth and non-inclusion in discussing issues that shape their lives and the future. I'll take that again. Idleness of youth and non-inclusion in discussing issues that shape their lives and the future portends liability for the continent, especially in religious fundamentalism and extremism. And third, the need to inculcate values and principles of tolerance and peace in educational institutions, and particularly among the youths. Well, this is one point that I think I need to emphasize by an example of what I did when I was a special advisor on education. We introduced a policy of forcing parents of students who destroyed anything in any school to repair and restore what was destroyed before that school was reopened. A school had to cough out as much as 3.5 million. Another school paid 1.5 million. Another paid less than $1 million before we really began to get sanity in our school system. After those 3 schools where heavy amounts were paid, students, whatever their grievances were, never attempted to destroy anything that we had. Leadership roles. It is important democracy must be sustained in the polity. However, I'm suggesting that it should not be absolute liberal democracy, in which the individual exercises his or her rights unrestrained to hamper the rights of others. 2, leadership must therefore ensure strict adherence to the rule of law to guarantee respect for one another's rights. Leadership must stop thinking for the people. And we are so much fond of doing that in this country. Agencies that help government to function properly must stop assuming they know the minds of those in authority and stop thinking and acting for them. Many atrocities are committed in the names of those in authority without their knowledge. It is the same reason our leaders do not enunciate policies and implement programs that favor the majority of the citizenry because they think and answer for them. There is always a need to discuss and find out what the people need or want. The officials who will also help to implement programs must also know the minds of their principals by asking questions and debating. Leadership must encourage the citizens to ask questions from government functionaries. Principals must direct officials to provide answers to the citizens' queries. Lawyers and other professionals must become more involved by providing interpretations of government policies and explanations that can help the people to intervene meaningfully. The organized mass media must provide the interface between the public and the government. They must serve as effective vehicles of information between the various segments of society. The citizens, too, must be ready to assume their new roles. They must become more actively involved in the governance of their lives. Citizens must boldly ask pertinent and relevant questions, and they must insist on getting cogent answers. Citizens must be ready more than ever before to pay their taxes. Citizens more than ever before must take ownership of government facilities. With these various roles by different organs, Nigeria will progressively move towards its El Dorado. It can be done. Rwanda has done it here in Africa. Conclusion. The election that is taking place in a month from today is going to be a watershed election for Nigeria. It is a make or mar election. It will put to serious test the sincerity and patriotism of our politicians and leaders in all other areas of life. For truly desiring a good country where all the benefits that God has endowed this country with shall be made available to all the citizens, those in authority and those who advise them must choose to be just, fair, humane, and honest in their minds and in all they do towards enthroning a democratically elected government in Nigeria this year. A government that will usher in peace, economic prosperity, and tranquility. All of our hands are now on the plow. We cannot afford to look back. Thank you very much for listening.
Please, a resounding round of applause for our guest speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Please, have your seats. I'm sure you'll agree with me that our speaker spoke from the heart. He touched on the salient issues that we should all ponder on for that great decision we are about to make in a month's time. So we're in the question and answer series. For those of you who have been in this program before, you know how we do it. You raise your hand, I give you a number. We will take all the questions, and I would like to crave the indulgence of our guest speaker. He will answer your questions from his position seated down there. So who is number one? I have the secret number, the maximum number of questions we will take. Usually at a time like this, when we get to number 10, then somebody will say, I want to have another question. No. So who is number one? Number one. Thank you, sir. I shall allow you to ask 2 questions because you're a regular customer. So Dr. Atilala is number 1. 2. Where is 2? Thank you very much. That's number 2. Thank you. 3. Okay, I can see 3. 4. So Elias 5. Why are you doing hand like this? 5. Okay, 5. I can see 5. 6. Thank you. A lady. 6. Ups 1. Okay, thank you. That's number 7. 2 more questions. Just 2 more. Do I have 8 and 9? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's 8. 1 more. Okay, we're stopping at 8. Number 1, sir.
I think we have that. Thank you very much, the MC. The chairman of this occasion, the chairman of Lagos State Branch, all that protocols observed. The guest lecturer, we must thank you very much for this very practical lecture that I gave. Like I was telling my people around me here that this is practical expose. Our lecturer told us exactly what he did. There are no theories. Very practical. My major concern here is that for democracy to thrive, we must have very high literate citizens. If people don't know their rights, people are not educated. They cannot ask questions. Where there is illiteracy, the leader will trample on the rights of the people. And this is what has been happening all along. The leadership make sure that the people are poor to the extent that they can be enticed with money. So we have in Nigeria today poverty and illiteracy. And no matter what you do, if people cannot afford because they are convinced, because they know their rights, because they know that they are not voting for an individual because he has given them money, for they are voting for a principle. Then they will vote rightly. Secondly, we don't have political parties based on ideologies. Anywhere there are no ideologies, you cannot say, this is the ideology I want to follow. What we have in our country today is the same thing. In politics, there are no permanent interest. You want to be there. No ideologies. The ideology went away with the Awolowos and the Sadauners. What we have today is no ideologies. So what do we do? How do we achieve this? Especially in literacy level, how the people can vote cause they know what they are voting for is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Number 2. Just raise your hand so the usher can bring the mic to you. Number two.
Number 2.
At the back there.
At the back there. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sirs.
Guest
Guest speaker,
my chairman,
and
daddies on
daddies on the table.
Actually, I'm actually
puzzled with this
presentation
from our guest speaker is actually direct and very germane.
and it
And
shows
it
us
shows
that
us that we still have people that can still stand
no matter
no
what
matter what it means
or whatever
you label them,
to stand for
to
the
stand for
truth
the truth in this country.
unlike the
Unlike
popular
jingles we
jingles
see all over the place.
no, as we speak
No, as we
now,
speak
we have
now,
a
we have a
Nigerian
Nigerian
belief
belief
that
that there's nobody that actually,
everybody
everybody
is
just
doing fake.
We
are just
are
playing
just playing games with our
lives.
lives.
Especially with the
Especially with the
falling
falling state of justice.
This is a country
This is
where
a country where there is no justice anymore.
Yeah. So,
So, sir,
in the light of the
topic we have before us,
the 2023
general elections is just some weeks away from us.
Is there any way? I know that you have served under the government. You have served in various institutions and opportunities. Do you have any guide that you can actually give beyond mentioning names for this election? Because this is very vital. This election is very vital to Nigerian future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Number 3. We are all standing on the existing protocols. Just ask your questions so that they can actually just take notes. Just your questions, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Surveyors Adekunle. I want to ask this question. And sometimes I refer to politicians as endangered species. Why? The society and people especially you are very low maybe the council but I've witnessed some where even in the community the councilor the guy the wife just put to bed and he say honourable ìyàwó yìí ti bímọ àti sanwó school ọmọ yín o. And the honorable have to find a way of taking care of the naming ceremony, giving money for the other children's school fees somehow. And the same person is expected to make the society better. He has to get the money to settle all these other bills. And how, sir? My question is how do we balance it? How do we balance it? Society, poor, the politician, how to get out of their own, get some things out of their own means to be able to settle some bills that naturally are not their own bills. How do we balance this? The society, poor society, and the people in leaders who have to take care of responsibilities that are not actually their own, and making the society to be better. Thank you, sir.
Number 4.
Stand on existing protocols.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry I was a bit late, so I don't know to what extent you started. But my name is Akinyemi Abiodun. I was a special advisor when you were the commissioner under Bola Tinubu. I remember, sir, when we were in the ESCO, we used to have what we call PIP, P-I-P. That is professionals in politics, different from professional politicians. So what's your thought about that? Thank you very much, sir.
Number 5, please. Number 5.
On existing protocol I stand, I want to appreciate you, sir, Professor Shubali. One of your students here. Thank you so much in the place of University of Lagos. My question to you, sir. You gave us a long list of practical attitudes and things you did to take away your personal interest over the years in your opportune positions while in office with some other. I want to ask how much in these days can we I take a practical example, a father who is in an office and has a son that needs something to be done for, and he can boldly tell his son that no, you can't have that, you must go through the same process every other person goes through. How and looking at these days, you've given us samples of what happens even in the secondary schools, what you have done to make sure that punitive is done to some action to act as a deterrent. I want to ask here, and when we know that these days some of those children we have, in fact we've had reports that some students react to teachers even when they are punished. How now in the present society, how much of influence can we do to take away those attitudes that have already generated into our system, where our youth don't even listen to elders? And we've given us strong points on attitudinal changes, behavioral changes. How can we influence this? Now, the last part of it, sir. In the election we are looking ahead for, I know that you have mentioned something very strong, that leadership is what we need. Somebody that can show forth that this is the direction and we should see from that leader. How can we influence that for us to be sure that what we are looking out for in the coming election will be somebody that indeed can show a stop without looking at the past antecedents. Because everybody around the candidates we had vying that will look ahead. We have had to look around something that they have done wrong in the past. So how much can we say they have changed for us to believe they can actually impact us in the new Nigeria we are looking ahead? Thank you, sir. My name is Shegun Sumonu Adams.
Number 6, please. Number 6. Number 6 is there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Surveyor and I have two questions for the guest lecturer. Without having to overflow the issue of poverty and illiteracy as it affects our democracy, I want to ask you, sir, going by the type of democracy that we have at the moment in this country, from your personal experience, sir, do you believe that the democracy we have now can actually take us anywhere? That's my first question. Because from what our past president spoke about when he asked his first question, personally, I'm always bothered about the fact that we have a mass number of illiterates, that one will be worried that how will they be able to make the right decisions when it comes to voting. The second question I have is that from the suggestions you have given us, sir, what are the qualities that we'll be looking out for in the candidates that we should be voting for in the next elections? Because I also believe that this election might just be a watershed in the history of this nation. And the last but not the least, sir, I want you to be as specific as possible. Do you think any of the three major candidates can actually take this country or set us on the right path? Even if it's to start with, do you believe that we have anyone out of those 3 or 4? Thank you, sir.
I'm almost tempted to answer that question myself. When the major candidates are not qualified, saying that the minor candidates will now go for. But before I call number 7, the owner of this car, Toyota 4Runner, AAA 75HJ, your back glass is open and the bag that you kept there is easily accessible. Please go and attend to your car. Toyota 4Runner, AAA 75HJ. Number 7, please.
My name is Swan Dr. Mrs. Oguntimehin Adoni Margaret. Sir, the topic in itself, 2023 general election, whiter Nigeria, a question mark, means we need a lot of answer to that question. And one of the questions that I picked here is the idleness of the youth and non-inclusion of their to shape their life, that is their future input into governance. And I quote that this will need a lot of advocacy. Sir, where should this advocacy start for the youths? And secondly, sir, you said to have the best governorship of the nation, it should start with the leaders. And they need discipline, commitment, patriotism, values. And if they are to do this, and we are saying the election is going to be watershed this year, are these attributes already something so visible within the contestants and even the citizenry themselves? Then thirdly, sir, is on the issue of we the citizens, that we want to take the government to be ours. We want to have serious input. Where is our own advocacy going to start from? So we start holding them proud before the election and after the election on governorship issues that can make Nigeria a whiter nation, to be something that other world governments will want to emulate.
Number 8, please. Number 8. Number 8 is to this side at the back. Thank
the guest lecturer, the chairman, all fellows. From what the guest lecturer has given us, he has categorized our generation that we've produced, a generation of morose. That simply means that Our generation has not met up the standard. And there are certain things that are responsible for this to happen. We all put the blame on our leaders. I don't agree with that, because we have been complaining for the past 2 decades that our leaders are our problem. Can't we just examine ourselves as an individual? If a leader of a particular generation is bad, and another generation comes, the leader is still bad, then we need to examine ourselves that we are all bad generally. Something is wrong with us generally as citizens. We should go back and think, where did this happen? Where did it start? And how did it start? We should go back to our Pharaoh's home and examine ourselves. What are we doing? How do we produce bad leaders? Yeah, these are the questions we should ask ourselves. If I should ask this, I will now point out that as an individual, we all have inherent and inalienable rights, which our leaders are trampling upon. So, if that is the case, what is the instrument of operation that our leaders are using? That is the Constitution. Something is actually wrong with our Constitution. And really, if our Constitution is right, the operators of the Constitution are not doing the right things. So, what are the right things we should do as citizens?
Very much. So we have the 8 questions for our guest speaker. He will take his time to answer them in the order that he decides to choose. That is.
Thank you very much. All the questions are challenging and stimulating. But a few of them either have been answered in the main presentation, or you have helped me to amplify the answers. So let's the first person talked about illiteracy level and ideology. In the last, well, maybe 20 years or thereabouts, we have done many surveys through which we have continuously measured the illiteracy rate in this country. I told you earlier on that the basis of my regarding anybody 50 and above is belongs to the same class was based on what we discovered when we went to the field. I want to tell you that the illiteracy rate in Nigeria is no longer as bad as it used to be. A time was when I was saying at the University of Lagos that we were producing educated illiterates. But when it comes to what touches the people, most people that you consider to be literate are probably more literate than you are. We did a study during the close to the end of Fashola's first term. And I went to present the results to the ESCO. And I showed them where people did not think they were doing anything at all. Anything at all. And the subject matter was roads, the condition of our roads. And at the meeting, took offense, particularly those who were in the Ministry of Works. The survey portrayed them as not doing anything. But it was the governor himself whom some people must have told that they were not feeling the impact of his administration, that rose to my defense, that finding was true, was correct. And many of the people that we talked to were not necessarily highly educated people. We went to the most rural part of Lagos State to do our service. But I tell you that many of the people that we write off as illiterate, as not knowing what they were doing, were highly enlightened. Okay? They were highly enlightened. At that time, my mother-in-law was living with us. Each time we returned from work, that woman would be the person to tell us what Adekunle said, what Tinubu said, what one person at Badagry said. And this woman did not know her ABC at all. And there were many people like that. So I think we will be making a mistake if we continue to assume that Nigerians don't know what they want. They do know what they want. Okay? And it should not be difficult for us to find out too. The unfortunate thing in Nigeria, and I talked on that, is that we don't think it is necessary to always find out what the people we are serving want or what they need. No, we just go ahead and begin to do things for them. That is one of the attitudes that our leaders and our officials would need to change. Then, well, ideology. Somebody has said, if you get what one party is saying, you have gotten what all the parties are saying. So I'm not going to waste my time on ideology, but the thing that we should emphasize and what we should demand is that they must give us good governance. And that should not be too difficult for us to demand. And I said somewhere there in the paper that leaders should encourage the electorate to ask questions. And they must also compel officials to provide good answers to their inquiries. So that is where I will leave that. Well, number two, wanted a guide to give for making a good choice. I don't know. That is a tall order. But let me say this. From my own personal knowledge, I'm talking from my personal knowledge now, so I don't know what your own knowledge is saying, but of the three bad choices, the next to the best is whoever is flying the flag of APC. I know you can accuse me of many things because I have described him here as my principal. Because I worked with him, we worked together. But the way that man functions, I have not come across too many people who have performed that way. The only person that I think has, well, there's no doubt that is surpassed him was Adekunle. And it's not difficult for us, even those who have not worked with him, to identify what he has done. If you read papers or you listen to the mass media, particularly social media, you will see a catalog of his activities over the years. I mean, if somebody is promising you that he's going to take you to the moon, and he has not taken you from Ikeja to Yaba before, then you need to you need to re-examine that. But this is somebody who has done what I consider his best when he was in office. I worked with him at closest quarters. But I have not said a thing close to what I'm saying right now since they started this, because I made a promise to myself. Even before he got in touch with me, even before Adekunle contacted me to come and work for him. And I'm keeping to that promise to myself. Of course, I've just broken it now. Okay? But, you just need to know, to get to know what people are saying about the others. Even people within their own their own territories. So I will also leave it at that. Well, somebody said politicians are an endangered species now. I don't know how anybody can say that when they are everywhere telling us they will bring the moon down tomorrow. But again, I think what the person is saying is what I said that we discovered at Abeokuta at the workshop that Ken Inamani organized at Abeokuta. People are bothering politicians and either elected or appointed so much. But what we need to do is what I also emphasize in the paper. We must learn to say no. If you say no, I mean, to somebody today, tomorrow, they will, at first, they will hate you. They will dislike you. But I tell you, sir, that they will, at the end, they will come to love you. Because they know that you will not deceive them. It is what you say that you will do. I also told you of the people, some of the people that we interviewed at Abeokuta, who said they were deliberately running away from people. So, let us just note that it's not a localized phenomenon. It's worldwide, I think. It's worldwide. But it's just that it is better in some advanced countries than here. Professionals in politics or politicians or professional politicians, which one is better? Obviously, I would not hesitate to say it is professionals in politics. I mean, that was the basis on which I went to serve the two administrations that I served. Okay? But, and a professional in politics is not beholden to too many people. But a politician in politics, or a professional politician, is beholden to far too many people. He has promised so many what he could not deliver. But for a professional, I mean, he should be guided by the tenets of his profession. And I think that has been one thing that has worked for Asiwaju Tinubu. Because most of those who were in his cabinet were professionals. There were a few politicians who would meet with them at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., or whatever. But by and large, those of us who are professionals, we outnumbered the non-professionals. Well, how much can we do now? How can we identify a good leader that we can vote for? That is, again, a tough question. But we must get involved. That is the way to identify a good leader. When they call meetings in our areas, please do not let us leave it to those who have the time. Let us always find the time to be at their meetings. So there you will get to know people. And when it is time that they want to put themselves up for election, you would have studied everybody, then you'll be able to contribute to those that will eventually emerge as candidates. So I didn't get the second question, but I think that the question is subsumed in the third leg of your question. Can any of the three candidates take us anywhere? I think I've answered that question. Yes, I know one that can take you anywhere you want to go. Whatever you have for or against him is immaterial to me, but from what I could see at close quarters, that is the best that I can offer here. Well, idleness of the youth. Where should advocacy start for the youth? Again, this is a difficult question because we have allowed many of our youth to waste a lot of their time. What we are doing now, or we seem to be doing, is an emergency situation just to patch up. But a lot can be done as soon as the coast is clear and we know who is going to be ruling us. Each and every one of them has been appealing to the youth. But to appeal is one thing. To fulfill their promises to the youth is another thing. But one good thing that has been happening in our country lately is that the youth are becoming more determined to take their own life in their hands. And I think that is going to help us a lot. ENSAS was the beginning of the pointer, and I'm sure they are not going to relent. Well, number 8, you disagree with those blaming the leaders. And I disagree with you. Because if they don't blame the leaders, who then should they blame? It is the leaders that have everything they need to pilot the society, to direct the rest of us. They have access to our resources. They have access to instruments of coercion that I talked about. And they are, in their own rights, leaders in their own homes and in their own societies or localities. So, it is the leaders that must take it upon themselves to do what is required to steer us in the direction that we should go. Everywhere where you have found some orderliness in a society, it is whoever is the leader that has shouldered the bulk of the effort. Well, the right things we should do would be to keep encouraging ourselves, to encourage the leaders, to encourage the followers. And quite a bit of what we should do, the steps we should take, are enumerated in this paper. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you very much, sir, for answering all our questions so eloquently. I'm sure that apart from how wonderful the lecture has been, the question and answer sessions has even given us much more knowledge. The real question now is to all of us: what choice are you going to make come next month, knowing fully well that we are a product of the choices that we make? Are we going to pick candidates based on their popularity? Are we going to pick candidates based on where they come from? What kind of country do you want Nigeria to be? So it really rests on each and every one of us. Well, so far the 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture has been going on so wonderfully well. As you can see, the high table is highly involved. The front tables are also highly involved. I think the rest of the house should also be highly involved. Those of you who agree with me, say aye. Those who disagree, say nay. Even some people are tempted to say nay. The nay did not come out. To my right, we have a serving point that is serving the following. These are the candidates that are available at that polling booth. We have jollof rice, we have fried rice, we have moi moi, we have salad, and we also have ofada. And to my left serving point, these are the candidates that are awaiting your attention: amala, semo, eba, ofada, and porridge. All those things that we Afins don't eat, they're on this left side here. So the ushers will direct you table by table. Please don't rush. We have more than enough for everybody. And when we are done with that, we will continue with the program to take the presentations, the response, the announcements, and finally the vote of thanks. So in the meanwhile, I'll ask our wonderful band to give us some music in the interlude, while everybody should please enjoy their lunch. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to the 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture.
wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè ó wáyé fún mi lókè ògógó fọ́lẹ̀ mi ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè ó wáyé fún mi lókè ògógó fọ́lẹ̀ mi ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀. ènìyàn ṣe bí ọlọ́run ọba wọ́n ní kò lè bọ́ sí ibò àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ní bàbá bá wa ṣe wọ́n ní bí ó sí àwọn wípé kò lè ṣeé ṣe o àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ní bàbá bá wa ṣe wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè ó ààyè fún mi lókè ògbógo fọ́lẹ̀ mi ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀. ènìyàn ṣe bí ọlọ́run ọba wọ́n ní kó lè bọ́ sípò rárá àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ní bàbá bá wa ṣe wọ́n ní bí ó sí àwọn wípé kò lè ṣeé ṣe o àmọ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ní bàbá bá wa ṣe wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè ó wáyé fún mi lókè ògbógo fọ́lẹ̀ mi ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ wọ́n ní kò sáyé lókè ó wáyé fún mi lókè ògbógo fọ́lẹ̀ mi ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ ó yá ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀. ẹ bá mi tọ́jú gbogbo àwọn swan pátápátá o àwọn aya rere lọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀ ọkọ ni. gbogbo àwọn swans ẹ máa dá kọjọkọjọ lọ àwọn aya rere ni ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀. bàbá mi tó ṣe tẹ́nìkan ò lè ṣe ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ hello ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀.
Hello, surveyors, please, table by table. If your table is not called, please don't go yet. Please, let's be orderly. We don't want a crowd at the back. That is why we say table by table, please. Please let us obey the simple instruction. Thank you.
ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ bàbá mi tó ṣe tẹnìkan ò lè ṣe ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀ bàbá mi tó ṣe tẹnìkan ò lè ṣe ìyanu lórúkọ rẹ̀. ó ṣe mí láàánú máa polongo rẹ̀ ọba tó ṣe mí láàánú máa polongo rẹ̀ ó ṣe mí ó ṣe mí láàánú máa polongo rẹ̀ ọba tó ṣe mí láàánú. máa polongo rẹ̀. ó ṣe mí láàánú máa polongo rẹ̀ ọba tó ṣe mí láàánú máa polongo rẹ̀ ó ṣe mí láàánú yé oyè tó ṣe mí lànà. Ó yá tún ṣe báyìí, ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Èmi ṣe kábíyèsí rẹ̀. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Èmi ṣe kábíyèsí rẹ̀. Àwọn aya rere lọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀ ọkọ ni. Nítorí gbogbo àwọn swans pátápátá ẹja àtúnṣe báyìí. Surveying, we are married to surveyors. Surveying, we are married to surveyors. If you marry surveyor, he will take care of you. He will never let you down. Oh, we are married to surveyor. Surveying, we are married to surveyor. Surveying, we are married to surveyor. If you marry surveyor, he will take care of you. Oh, you never let you down. We are married to surveyor. Gbogbo swans ọ̀yìn dà, ẹ jẹ́ ká rọ́wọ́ yìí o. Ara wọn làlájà tó kéwú tó rẹ mẹ́ka tó bọ̀ wálé olóríire ni Subhana Lillahi walhamdulillah astaghfirullah la ilaha illallah. Subhana Lillahi walhamdulillah astaghfirullah alajana la ilaha illallah. Ìwọ yóò pa sálátù ránṣẹ́ ní tiwọn, ó máa pa sálátù ránṣẹ́. Alájà ó máa pa sálátù ránṣẹ́ o. nígbà tó jọba gbé tó jọba gbé tó jọba gbé nàìjíríà ó máa padà látúrọ̀. Gbogbo ọmọ kérúbù ọ̀hún ìdá ẹ̀jẹ̀ kára yíyó. Surveyors ṣe bó ti mọ́. Dádì ṣáwọn adákọ̀ jọgọjọgọjọgọjọ lọ. Bàbá aládùúrà dìde dàmúre láti pàdé àwọn kérúbù. Ọlọ́run ló fi jẹ́rẹ́ látòkè wá adé iye yóò jẹ́ tiwa. Kérúbù kérúbù ẹ̀yọ̀ sèráfù ẹ̀yọ̀ àfi ìpìlẹ̀ lélẹ̀ lórí. Surveyors ṣe bí ọtí mọ́ lórí. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n tọ́jú nádì Professor Ìdòwú o Ṣóbọ̀wálé nádì ṣàmàdà kọjọ́ lọ. Wọ́n ní pé èmi ò mọdí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Mi ò mọdí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Bàbá Ṣóbọ̀wálé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Mi ò mọ̀ o, mi ò mọ̀ o, mi ò mọ̀. Mo ṣàárí pé Jésù fẹ́ràn mi. Mi ò mọdí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Professor, mi ò mọdí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Professor Ìdòwú mo bá ròde o. Mi ò mọ̀ o, mi ò mọ̀. Mo ṣàárí pé Jésù fẹ́ràn. Ó yá, ó fẹ́ mi eye. Ó pẹ́ tí mo ti mọ̀. Ó fẹ́ mi o. Ó fẹ́ mi eye. Ó pẹ́ tí mo ti mọ̀. Ó fẹ́ mi o. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Professor mi dáadáa o. Professor Ìdòwú bàbá wa Ṣóbọ̀wálé tiwa ní. Ẹni gbé kókó aṣíwájú ẹ̀ kó dádì. Láyéláyé o ló máa wà o. Ó fẹ́ mi yéye. Ó pẹ́ tí mo ti mọ̀. Ó fẹ́ mi o. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Surveyors Káyọ̀dé Kazeem Chioma olóríire ní ọlọ́lá ni mo bá ròde o. Surveyors Káyọ̀dé olóríire ní ẹ̀tún bá mi tọ́jú ẹ Surveyors alára o. Dádì ṣáwọn adá kọjọkọjọ lọ. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Surveyors adára níjọ. Nádì ọlọ́lá mo máa ròde o. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Surveyors Sọ́lẹ́sì. Bàbá o ṣé máa dá kọjọkọjọ lọ. Jésù fẹ́ mi, ó fẹ́ mi lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ó pẹ́ tí mo ti mọ̀, ó fẹ́ mi òye, ó fẹ́ mi.
Please let's give the band another round of applause. I'm sure the food advocacy is going on very well. Thank you all for cooperating to make it such an orderly service. We would now like to move into the presentation of awards. But before then, I would like to express the apology of the President of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, who should at this time be giving his remarks, but is unavoidably absent at this event. For those of us who know, the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, for a large part of the series, is actually broken into two parts. Apart from the lecture series itself, before the lecture, we have
an essay competition that first started out to be amongst the 2 tertiary institutions offering surveying and geoinformatics in Lagos State, which is the University of Lagos and the Yaba College of Technology, and was recently expanded to also cover secondary schools. This year, 9 secondary schools took part in the essay competition. Each school presented a minimum of 2 candidates, and we are so happy that the enthusiasm expressed by the students in the forms of their writings has really encouraged us to know that surveying is actually taking a lot of root in our secondary schools. Also, from the 2 higher institutions, Yaba College of Technology and the University of Lagos, we had participants as well. 3 from each of those 2 institutions. Well, right now, we want to present awards, not just to the winners, but to each of the participating institutions. I would now like to call upon some of our guests in the high table here to assist us with the presentations. Those two there. The yellow one. No, the yellow one. That one, yes. I'd like to first call on the representative of the Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Mrs. Adekunle, to please make a presentation to the participants from the University of Lagos. The participants from University of Lagos, are you here? And if you are not, somebody representing University of Lagos should please come forward. University of Lagos. It's me and you that know why you are not coming forward, though. Okay, there's somebody from the University of Lagos. You can drop that and bring the other one. Representatives, those who participated from the Yaba College of Technology. Yaba College of Technology, please. Somebody representing the Yaba College of Technology. Wow. Nobody from Yaba College of Technology as well. Okay, no problem. Okay, somebody's coming from Yaba College of Technology. Mrs. Tajosho, please, you can come over. You guys are young now. Yeah, smart. Thank you. So, we have 3 of them participated. We have a certificate for each one of them and a plaque for the school concerning the students. So you just collect it on behalf of everybody and share. Okay, thank you. So, okay, the 3 of you are here. You are a participant. Unilive, you are here. Where were you before? You see down there. Okay, let's do your button first. Thank you.
On behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, I hereby present to you this certificate of participation. Mr. Adekunle Oluwa Toyosi Oladapo, representing Yaba College of Technology, Lagos. You participated in the 18th annual Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition on the 9th of Wednesday, November 2022. I say congratulations to you. Okay, let me present the 3 to you. One is for Onda Kabiru Yakubu of the same college, Yaba College of Technology. I present this to you too on behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors. Congratulations. Okay, and also this is a plaque for the school for producing young and vibrant students of the college. So, on behalf of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, we present to Yaba College of Technology, Lagos, Award of Recognition for participating in the 18th annual Kukoyi Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Thank you very much. Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition, dated 9th of November 2022. Congratulations. Okay. In the same vein, this plaque is given to the school, to the institution, University of Lagos, Akoka. It's an award for recognition. So I hereby present it to you for participating in the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. So on behalf of the school, I present it to you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ted Joshua. We shall now be presenting the same certificates of participation and plaques of participation to the secondary schools that took part in this competition. So when I call the name of the school, can a student and probably a teacher just come up to collect on behalf of the school? Yeah, bring them. Hello. To give out the first set of awards, I would like to call on the chairman of the Board of Fellows, Surveyor Dr. Shola Atilola. Mind Builders High School. Mind Builders High School. Please put your hands together for them. Let's encourage them. Thank you for taking part in our essay competition.
Going to build my mind among you. Well, on behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, it's my pleasure to present to the students of Mind Builders College, is it? This certificate for participating in the essay competition, secondary school essay competition, Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations.
Vivian Fowler, please make your way up to the stage. Vivian Fowler.
And don't go yet. We also have a plaque for your school, for encouraging you to participate in the essay competition. Congratulations.
Please, let's encourage them with a round of applause. Round of applause, please. Vivian Fowler, please come up.
Student of Vivian Fowler Secondary School. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, it is my pleasure to present to you this certificate for participating in the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations. And congratulations.
Students of Anwar Islam Girls High School, Ujokoro, please get ready and come over.
Congratulations.
Please
This
put
is
your
for
hands together
your
for
secondary
them.
school, for school.
After
for
now, you
allowing
say
to
nobody is studying
participate.
surveying. No?
Congratulations. Wow, incidentally, these secondary schools that were represented by girls. What are the boys doing? The boys are here too, okay. This is for Anwaru Islam, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, Anwaru Islam Secondary School students. We want to present you to this. On behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, I want to congratulate you and present to you this certificate of participation in the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations.
Students of Caleb International College, please come up.
Please don't go yet.
Caleb. Is Caleb here? No.
The same vein, this award is to the school for allowing you and encouraging you to participate in the essay competition. Congratulations. This one.
Ojota Senior Secondary School, are you here? Ojota Senior Secondary School, are you here? Next one. Agidingbi Senior Grammar School. Agidingbi Senior Grammar School, not here. Wellspring. I'm sure Wellspring is here. Please put your hands together for them. And I have the pleasure of calling on Surveyor Reverend Bosoide to please come and make the next set of presentations. Wellsprings, let's put our hands together for them. Wellsprings.
Both of them? Yes. It's my pleasure to congratulate all of you. As you know, this certificate is for your school, representing Wellspring Springs, Lagos, at the 18th Annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Who is receiving it? Both of you? Yes. Congratulations. And you too.
Reagan Memorial. Reagan Memorial next. Is Reagan here? Thank you.
Also, this is a presentation award in recognition presented to your school, Wellspring College, Lagos, for participating in the 18th Annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations once again. Go. And it is interesting that one of you actually came up in the finals of the exam of the essay competition. God bless you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. One more school, sir. One more school. Reagan Memorial. Reagan Memorial, please come up.
Why are you giving two to the school?
No, they sent two participants. This is a certificate of participation.
Okay.
The award winners is a separate award.
I see. Okay.
Anwaru Islam Model College, are you here?
Memorial Baptist Girls School, Yaba. This is the certificate of participation. This is to certify that Who is Arobadi? You, please step forward. Arobadi Ayonfeoluwa, representing Reagan Memorial Baptist Girls School, Yaba, Lagos, participated in the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. I hope you participate next year as well and probably win a better award. Congratulations. And this one is for Ugburo. Is that the correct pronunciation? Ugburo. Who? Well, forgive me. Ogenejiro. Are you Ishakiri? You are Yoruba. I see. Representing Regal Memorial Baptist Girls School. Do you speak Yoruba? No, you don't. I see. Because I noticed that all these celebrities in Nollywood, maybe all of them were born in Lagos. Because they speak pure Yoruba. Representing Regal Memorial Baptist Girls School, Yaba, Lagos. Participated in the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Essay Competition. Congratulations. And this thank you. Please clap for these girls. This award is for your school, this plaque. This plaque is for your school that you'll be given to your principal when you do get there. Award of recognition presented to Reagan Memorial Baptist Girls School, Yaba, Lagos, for participating in the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Oh, the teacher is here. On behalf of the Nigerian Synod of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, I make this presentation to you. Thank you for encouraging your students. God bless you.
Please put your hands together for them. Reagan Memorial. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. God bless you. The essence of having the essay competition open to secondary schools is to catch them young. We really want to encourage them to want to take part in this wonderful profession that has benefited most of us that are in this hall today. It is our hope that through the participation in this competition, at least 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them will be interested in becoming a surveyor as well. And what a great story it will be if 20 years from now, one of them is holding the mic like I'm holding the mic here and will say that I was a winner of the essay competition when I was in secondary school. I am now a surveyor of the Federal Republic. Glory be to God. Will you be there on that day? Well, what we just did now was to encourage all those who took part in the essay competition, which is to show that there were no losers. Everybody was a winner. But the judges took their time to go through the essays written by all the participants. And I'm sure it was not easy for them to decide who came first, second, and third in the 2 categories that we had, because we had a category for secondary schools and we had a category for the higher institutions. I would like the judges who are here present to please stand up for recognition so we can appreciate the wonderful work you have done. I am trying to look for where your names are listed, but I know some of you. Surveyor Lara is there. Surveyor Prince Afolabi is there. Surveyor O. Odetumibi is also one of the judges. Surveyor Fouad Kazim, sir, thank you so much for letting us tap a little of that, your knowledge, sir. It is well, sir. Thank you so much. So this is their verdict. For the higher institution category, which was participated between University of Lagos and Yaba College of Technology, I'm sure from the tone of my voice, you can understand my excitement. Because for the last few editions, my school has been heavily dusted by University of Lagos. Yes, the world was on top of us, but now we are on top of the world. First and second position goes to Yaba College of Technology. Yaba! Thank you so much. The third prize goes to University of Lagos, represented by Akpan Christana Efyong. Please come forward to receive your prize. She's not here. Okay, she's coming. The chairman of the branch, please come and do the honors. You're from Unilag too. Come and do the honors. Come here. Chairman, I want to see you smiling throughout this ceremony. Cameraman, I want the video. I don't want pictures. Video I want. Are they here? Yes. Hey, we'll call them. Don't worry. Let me enjoy this moment first. Do you need 2 mics or just one? Okay, she's here. Okay. Akpan. In recognition of your performance, second runner-up, the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. We thank you for participating gallantly. We thank you for coming a very, very close second. It was pretty tight, but we had to give it to them because we took it last year. Congratulations. So we've allowed. Don't let them deceive you. Third is third. And there's some cash prize to go with it as well. Congratulations. So. Please clap for her. Clap for her. Thank you very much. Send it to but the money is more important than certificate. Our second prize winner is Onda Kabiru Yakubu of the Yaba College of Technology. The HOD is here. The school is here. He's not around. You see, the HOD is receiving on his behalf. Thank you very much, Surveyor Oladiboye.
First runner-up, 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, Onda Kabiru Yakubu, collected on his behalf by Surveyor Oladiboye, HOD. Congratulations, sir. Please, can you pass these on to him? Thank you very much. And the first prize winner, in the person of Ekundayo Toyosi Oladako, from the Yaba College of Technology. Please clap for him. I will pay. I will pay. Please clap. This pay, I will pay this one. Congratulations. Are you the one who actually sat for that exam? Meaning, sir. With due respect, the expo. With due respect, sir. Congratulations. In recognition of your outstanding performance as the best overall best. Okay. Overall best, yes. Tertiary institution category in Nigeria. The 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Essay Competition. held on Wednesday, 9th November 2022. I'm just playing. Please be patient with the chairman. It's not easy. I can imagine you gave it your all. And it was very tough for me. The guys from Unilag were very, very good.
That's how we roll.
Even you admit they were very, very good.
Yes, overall best. Overall best.
Congratulations.
With the permission of the chairman. With the permission of the chairman.
Congratulations, ma.
Are you the mother? Hey. The chairman did not say it loud. He said it's only his move.
Congratulations. I'm pleased you have this to go with it. Please keep it up, and we look forward to welcoming you into our midst in the near future.
My eyes are ringing. As they go there,
no, it is sweet all of us. It is sweet all of us.
Chairman, don't go. Please, sorry, I couldn't help myself. You know, charity begins at home. And I'm sure you understand the source of my joy. The reason why I'm happy. Thank you.
But you were happier last year.
We always win. We just don't always come first.
No, we both know why you were happier last year.
What if we stop this thing now? We'll be the final winners. Nevertheless, Unilag, Yabatek, we're all the same thing. We're all one. The only problem is that the overall best is in one school and the others are in another school. But we're all one. For the secondary school category, third prize winner goes to Aisha Mary Uke from Wellsprings College. Please put your hands together for her. These are future surveyors, so let's clap for them very well. Aisha.
Congratulations. Second runner, secondary school category. Okay, it's Asha. Secondary school category of the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations. Another round of applause for her, please.
Second prize winner from Mind Builders High School, Daudu Matilda. Please put your hands together for her. Asha. Asha.
Congratulations, Matilda. First runner, 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition, secondary school category. Congratulations.
And for the first place, I don't know why I forgot to rejoice on this one too. You all remember that last year
Now, so women cleared the whole thing. Was it not women? Now, unless my eyes, I don't know whether you are using the same program. It's like it is a man that won the senior secondary, Abi. And it's also a man that is winning the secondary school. But it still wins because this is women in surveying. So it still wins. Wins is still winning. So let us please put our hands together for Shuaibu Farouk from Anwaru Islam Model College as our first place winner for the 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Essay Competition. Congratulations, Shaibu. Overall best secondary school category, 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Essay Competition. Congratulations. We also have this token for you. Mr. Chairman, before they go, when we called them for participation, they were not here. And a plaque for the school. Okay. Oh, you're coming. Okay, young man. Sharp, sharp. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chairman, please put your hands together for our chairman. He has done very well. Your own, we'll come and see you later, don't worry. Don't worry. Where are you going to wear a medal with this long medallion on you? Where are you going to wear it? This is what our guest lecturer talked about. Our leaders. The things our leaders do to the people, to me. Look at the medallion and he wants a medal again. Kilo day. If we had a chest of gold to offer in appreciation to our guest lecturer, I don't think it would be too much. It's something that inspires me so much when our revered elders at this age are still so cerebral, still so passionate, still so ready to serve. For us to have called you, sir, for you to have answered us, we are eternally grateful. So, from one OON to another OON, I would like to call on past president, very venerable Francis Fajemiroko, to please do the honors of appreciating our guest lecturer, sir. I don't know what they do at the OON floor, but unlike everybody else, I have the opportunity to be calling the OON even if I'm not in OO. Over.
The chairman and members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, to present this award to Professor Idowu Shopowale, OON, in recognition of your service as guest lecturer for the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi memorial lecture. Dated this day, the 26th January.
Please put your hands together again for our guest lecturer. Thank you so much, sir, and may God bless you with long life and good health, sir. Thank you so much. Well, we have enjoyed the program so far, but for some people, the planning started many months ago, and since then, they have been burning the midnight oil just for this very special. I'd like to recognize them. The 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Planning Committee members, led by no other person than Surveyor Kayode Oduleye, who is the chairman. Please come up to the stage for recognition. Surveyor Idowu Martins Akiyemi is the secretary of that committee. If he's around, can he please come around so we can appreciate him? Please put your hands together for them. Surveyor Mrs. Isadare Toluloke M is the planning committee member. Surveyor Kiola Folabi is also a member of that committee. And finally, Surveyor Alabi Abayomi Abdurrashid is the 5th member of that committee. Please put your hands together for the job well done. They have done well, Abi. Have they done well? They have done very well. It's so sad that our celebrity MC could not be here. I really prepared for him so much. We have a video from him. Can they play the video, please, for our celebrity MC? Even though he's not here, we have an award for him, which I will collect as a member of our family, our Fin Nation. So, Akomolafe, please stand up for recognition. You're a member of our family. Are you not? Wait. Why do people find it funny when I say Surveyor Akomolafe is a member of the Afin Nation? Why? Is he not qualified? Okay, I'll prove to you that he's qualified. A family has more than one member, Abi. So Felola and myself, we are here. And we are... Okay. That's my guy. Go on.
Good morning. I say President and other executive members of Nigerian sector of Surveyors. My name is Adekunle. I'd like to tender a profound and deep-seated apology for not making the event today. I've been here for close to 2 weeks. This is my 2nd week here. On a moving location by Kukoyi. This is an outskirts, very close to the Republic of Benin. This is actually Ibojayi in your state. This is where we've been filming. It's been tedious and getting out from here is very Herculean. I finished work after 3 a.m. I'm sure I didn't get to sleep till after 4. And I got up around 10 and it's just crazy. So I'm so sorry. I hope I will have a reason to make it up to the institute. Please forgive me. Well, this is just what it is. And I want to use this medium to say thank you for the invite. Apologies once again. And then I wish you a very, very successful and great outing today. God bless you all. I remain your brother. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Competent apology. Very competent. Imagine. No, you've been hearing apologies since. So you see. Affirmation. Atipoji. Back to what we were discussing. So we agreed that a family should have more than a few members, Abi. Now, why is Akomolafe one of us? I will tell you today. After today, don't ask me this question again. You will also agree that every family must have a black sheep. We sat down. Me, Egbon Akin, Ifelola, we sat down. Surveyor Wabichi, we sat down. And we agreed that Akomolafe is our black sheep. So if you see Akomolafe singing Baba Black Sheep, have you any? That is what he's celebrating. Well, I would like the chairman of the committee to make a presentation to our celebrity MC. We receive on his behalf. With pleasure. So please go ahead. And I want you to take the video so you can also send it back to him, that we appreciate him and we accept his competent apology.
Sorry that took a little while because we want to actually send it to our celebrity MC. And just like he apologized, we were on phone yesterday for about an hour. He was trying to make an attempt even to leave that particular location. And he also had to tell me that that was his first job in a while. So, and there was no way he could say an outright no, because it's a very big one indeed. So, so he actually apologized and had been with us all along, because I've been carrying him along with the planning and all. So that's why I'm sure the videos spoke a lot about his commitment to the program and his apology. So, and I would like to present this award from the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch. So this award is presented to High Chief Oluyemi Olufela Sholade in recognition of your service as a celebrity MC for the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, presented this day, 26th January 2023. So, and there's no other person that is qualified to receive that award here than our very own, I won't call him Afin, it's not Afin, he's our own veteran MC. So, yes, our veteran MC, Surveyor Olumide Adewebi. So he's taking it on behalf of our celebrity MC. So I present the award to you, sir. So I'm sure the award will also get to him by the time he returns. I'm sure he's not, Surveyor Adewebi is not going to display it in his own house. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
There's one more award you are supposed to present. Just manage.
Okay. Well, this honor is to. Can you permit me to invite a godfather of this program, Surveyor Olugbenga Alara, so that he can give a competent presentation of this award? Because in this particular case now, my competence is in doubt. So, because this is my chairman in so many ways. He's my chairman in so many ways. So I don't think I have the competence to present this award. Let me allow a competent past chairman of the institution to do that, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished past presidents and our guests, distinguished fellows, colleagues. This is a great honor, and I do not take it for granted. Surveyor Olumide Adewebi and myself have been on this project for a long time. As a matter of fact, from the very first edition till this moment. And there are so many works that go on behind the scene to make the success that we are seeing today. And Adewebi Olumide Vincent is part of the success story of the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. It gives me great pleasure, therefore, to present this award to you. This award is presented to Surveyor Olumide Vincent Adewebi, FNIS. in recognition of your service as a co-MC for the 18th annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, presented this day, 26th January 2023. Thank you.
You people know that I'm shy. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate. And I'm sure that Egbon Yemi Sholade too will appreciate us as well. We would now like to call upon the representative of the Adekunle Kukoyi family in the person of Architect Adeshion to please respond and say a few words. Please put your hands together for him.
The chairman of the occasion, kindly allow me to stand on existing protocols. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a few people here might wonder, representative of the Adekunle Kukoyi family, and the name is Remi Adeshiyin. Well, I'm the husband to the first daughter of the late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi. However, my own wife is of blessed memory too. But I stand here to proudly represent the family. Mama has always attended these events, like somebody said earlier on, with the exception of the last year's edition, which she couldn't attend due to the COVID outbreak. This year, on the 3rd of March, by God's grace, she will turn 91. So she is slowing down a little bit. But however, she's in very good health, and she has asked me to convey her greetings to this gathering. I believe if it's on Zoom, she might be watching it somewhere. On behalf of the Adekunle Kukoyi family, I wish to sincerely thank the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors for sustaining this lecture series. When it started, we thought it would be just something for a couple of years and it would be over. But coming now in its 18th edition, and I must freely commend the organizers, because from year to year, it is getting better. And I congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors. So once again, on behalf of the family, I wish to thank everybody who has contributed to make this event a success. And we're looking forward to next year's edition by God's special grace. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Please convey our love and good wishes to Mama. We miss her so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting there. The 18th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture Series is about to draw to a close. Who will be here next year for the 19th edition? Say, I will be here. I will be here. I must be here. God bless you. We'll take announcements now and we'll call on the secretary of the branch Secretary of the branch. The Secretary of the branch, Surveyor Bonfrey, Surveyor Adedeji, Surveyor Mogaji, please come up. And while he's coming up, I want to convey the apologies of the president of SOCON, who unavoidably could not be here, but we all know that he will be in Lagos with us next month, early next month. He sends his good wishes as well. So Adedeji, announcements, please.
Well, the chairman of the branch, presidents, the guest speaker, and honorable members. As we are just coming to the end of the 18th edition of the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, we just want to remind ourselves that the February meeting will be coming up on 1st of February 2023 at our usual place, which is our secretariat, by His grace. And we pray once again that all of us will witness next year at the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, my brother, in the affirmation. Thank you. The vote of thanks will be given by no other person than the chairman of the planning committee, Kayode Oduleye.
I also beg to stand on the already established protocol. I want to thank everyone for showing up at this event, even though we are expecting a little better turnout than this. But I want to thank all of you for showing up. We thank you for making time out. So I also want to thank our elders, our past presidents. I want to thank the guest lecturer for also making out time, despite his very, very busy schedule. Because I was not expecting that. At a time, I was scared because he was out of the country, and I expected he would return at a particular time. So, and he didn't return at that time. So I had to be calling different people that, this my dad is not coming, is not returning at the time I expected him to come. But he has not told me, the confidence I had was that he has not told me that he will not honor the event. So, and I know as long as he has not told me that, he will come. Because he's someone that I've known in a long time, and integrity is one of his characteristics. So he's somebody that I really admire. So that was what kept me. That was what kept me calm. So I know that it was very, very difficult for him to make this particular appointment. He had to reschedule, and reschedule. But I thank God that this day came, and he's here with us. Not through correspondence, not through proxy, not anything, but here physically with us. So I thank you, sir, the honor that you have done to not only to me that contacted you, but also the institution, the committee. I want to thank the members of my committee also for the cooperation. I want to thank the NIS executives for the cooperation also. We had issues to debate, and we had to think, rethink, but we agreed, and everything is coming out successfully. So I want to thank God also for making this day a reality. There has been no major calamity, because if we have serious issue in the country right now, I'm sure nobody will be able to sit down here. Because I'm not sure we can make enough adequate security to secure everybody here if there's any major problem. So we want to thank God that there's no major problem in the country at this time, and we're able to have this program, and it's ending well. So once again, I thank every member, every single member, every single guest that we have here. I thank the band, I thank even the caterers, the security, the CBD, they are here too. So I thank them too for securing the vehicles outside. I also want to thank the members of the Rotary Club. They are here, part of Baba's constituency. So they are also here, members of the Rotary Club, and other invited guests, because we invited a lot of other people that are here right now, and some of them even sent apology. Even the past president of ICANN, she said she will send correspondence, she will send somebody to represent her. I want to thank her if the person is here, and so many. I cannot mention all your names. So I want to thank you once again, our elders in the profession, for always showing up and coming early. Not only showing up, but coming early. And I pray that one day we will have 100% compliance from surveyors concerning coming to early, concerning reporting to events early enough. Because I discovered that many young surveyors were coming towards the end of the program, while the others came here even some of them more than an hour before the program. So please, we have to improve on that. So I thank you all once again. Thank you very much.
My chairman is relieved. His work is over. Just like mine is as well. Once again, we want to thank all the distinguished members of the high table. Please, aren't they not wonderful? Nobody told us he wants to leave early. Nobody pressured us that we should hurry the program, that time is going. We want to thank you all so much for coming. God bless you. So can we just rise for the closing prayer, which is the second stanza, and remain standing for the national anthem that will follow immediately after. O God, creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, let our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and truth, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. Band, can we have the national anthem, please? See you all next year. Band, music.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀n rẹ̀ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀n rẹ̀ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Ẹni bá ràrò jinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́dá èmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Ẹ̀dá tó bá ràrò jinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ pẹ́dá èmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú.
tọ́jú rẹ̀ dáadáa yan fẹ́. Professor Ìdòwú ṣọ́bọ̀ alẹ́ tiwa ní. Ṣáàmàdà kọjọ lọ nádì. Ó ní bí ènìyàn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run ní rí. Bí ènìyàn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run ní rí. Bí ènìyàn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run ní rí o. Bí ènìyàn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run ní rí. Torí pé ẹ̀dá ló ń gbàgbé. Olúwa kò gbàgbé ẹnì kankan. Sọfíà dára níjọ ràyànbẹ́. Bí ènìyàn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run ní rí. Àwọn swans appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá bàbá. Máa fi jóyin bàbá, máa fi jóyin bàbá ògo. Alájọbìnrin àyàn fẹ́. Swans Ṣáàmàdà kọjọ lọ. Àwọn aya rere ládàdẹ ọkọ. Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Ọwọ́ yìí tó wà níbẹ̀ kò ní kúrò níbẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run ọba. Nítorí alájà tó kọ́kọ́ ṣẹ̀ mí lọ́wọ́. Olóríire ní gbogbo wọn. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú bàbá wa Prince Jolesi. Ọba ni o, ọba ni. Dárí, àwa ikọ́ bá ní bẹ̀rẹ̀, àyíkọ́ bá ní nàró. Kábíyèsí, gbogbo òdìlẹ̀ mọ pátápátá. Àwa ikọ́ bá ní bẹ̀rẹ̀, àyíkọ́ bá ní nàró. Ẹ̀yà rọ́bà fi dọ̀bálẹ̀ lákọ̀ọ́bà o. Tótó ọba òye. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì, ọba wa ní o. Ṣáàmàdà kọjọ lọ. Ìjọba rí ẹ lókèrè o. Tọ́ba rí ẹ lókèrè ìbànújẹ́ gorí wọn o. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì mi, kábíyèsí ọba wa. Gbogbo délé mọ pátápátá lọ́wọ́ ló wà wá. Èdùmàrè ló fi ẹ̀sọ̀ ká alájọ pípọ́n kò lè yé wọn. Kò lè yé wọn bí gbajúmọ̀ ṣe ń jáde. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú ẹ̀ Surveyor Mrs. Tẹ́jú oṣó tí wọ́n ní mo máa ròde. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì, ọba wa ní o, olórí ire ni. Tọ́ba lè rí ẹ lókèrè o. Surveyor Mrs. Tẹ́jú oṣó ràyàn bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ wo bó ṣe dára tó. Surveyor Mrs. Tẹ́jú oṣó mi ràyàn bẹ́ẹ̀. Bó ṣe lọ mo gbàdúrà sí olórí ire ni. Surveyor Apatira mo kí ẹ níbẹ̀ yẹn. Olórí ire ni Apatira. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì mi. Surveyor Adédèjì tiwa ni. Àwọn ọlọ́lá ni. Àwọn tó máa ń tọ́jú Adádì. Ọlọ́lá mo bá ròde. Secretary NIS Surveyor Adédèjì tiwa ni. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì, ọlọ́lá tí mo kọ́kọ́ rí o. Bàbá wa Sólẹ́sì. ẹ bá mi tọ́jú rẹ̀ dáadáa o bàbá wa ni o àlá. Rabi ọdún mi o rọ̀dẹ́ gòkè tí wọ́n ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ń dábọ̀ gọjọ́ lọ. Honey, you are great, yes you are. Holy one, you walk upon the sea, you raise it up, you reign in majesty, mighty God. Everything written about you is great. You are great, you are great, you are great, you are great. Abiodun Adekunle Londo, you are great. Surveyors Abiodun, you are great. Adekunle, you are great, you are great, you are great, you are great. Everything written about you. Nítorí Adekunle, ọlọ́lá tí mo kọ́kọ́ rí Abíọ́dún, ẹja ṣe báyìí, Abíọ́dún ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Èmi ṣe kábíyèsí ẹ̀ Surveyors Abíọ́dún, ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ó yá súnmọ́ mi síbí, Abíọ́dún ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Ọba tó ń gbàdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Èmi ṣe kábíyèsí rẹ̀. Òkú ọjọ́ kẹrin ó jí dìde o. Bátólómì afọ́jú oríran. Wá wọnú ayé mi kó ṣe ìyanu. Jésù, èmi ṣe kábíyèsí rẹ̀. Apátírà náà dà ọmọ tó gbọdọ̀ balẹ̀. Surveyors Abíọ́dún Adégòkè ọdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Súnmọ́ mi síbi ọba tó gbọdọ̀ balẹ̀ ọba. Èmi ṣe kábíyèsí rẹ̀. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Surveyors Adams o. Ọlọ́lá mo bá ròde o. Adams, ọlọ́lá ló ní tèmi ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Ṣámadá kọjọkọjọ lọ. Ògo ló jí ẹ lóru àná. Ògo ló jí ẹ lóru èní. Surveyors Adams, ògo ló jí ẹ lóru àná. Ògo ló jí ẹ lóru èní. Ògo ti yẹ 10 terabyte. Nari, Surveyors bó ṣe bí o ṣe mọ ṣá máa ń dàkọjọ́ lọ. Surveyors ṣe bí o ti mọ o, mo máa ròde o. Sàmú àtà ẹ̀bùn kèbí, wọ́n ní ẹ̀wò wọn lógo láyé. Ó lọ ṣe fẹ́ lógo lọ́run. Yé ẹ̀wò wọn lógo láyé. Báwo lọ ṣe fẹ́ lógo lọ́run? Surveyors ṣe bí o ti mọ̀ o. Ọmọ orí mọ ládé ní o. Nádì mo kí ẹ o. Ọlọ́lá mo máa ròde. Surveyors Adams, ọlọ́lá Adams ẹ̀gbọ́n mi o. Bò bá fẹ́ ná mi lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kò jẹ́ ná mi níṣà o. Wà á máa rí tòwó ṣe. Mo ní ògo ló jí ẹ lóru àná. ògo ló jí ẹ lóru èní ògo ti yẹ 10 terabytes Adams tàwọn ọ̀tá ẹ̀ pọ̀ kébi ògo ti yẹ 10 terabytes apatíràdà ọmọ ọ̀tá ẹ̀ pọ̀ kébi Surveyors Adams máa wo wọn wọn lógo láyé báwo lọ ṣe fẹ́ lógo lọ́run máa wo wọn lógo láyé báwo lọ ṣe fẹ́ lógo lọ́run. Oya Adams súnmọ́ mi síbí torí ìtumọ̀ ni làá mọ̀ ṣe ẹni. Surveyors Adams tọmọdé tàgbà lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn nílé lọ́túnmọ̀ ìyẹn lóde ìwà ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ èyí tó mọ̀ ò láyé fi mọ̀ ẹ́ lé orí owó tó mú wáyé ló ya ọ̀tá lẹ́nu tó fi ń sọ̀tọ̀ sùn Adams tó máa wò wọ́n lóye òun pọ́n wọn lé òun fún wọn ló jẹ òtún fún wọn lẹ́wù Olúwa ló fi rán ẹ ẹni rògbì sí ẹ wà láyé kò ní tẹ́gbẹ́. Surveyors Adams ó yá ẹ bá mi ṣàdúrà fún o. Àpàtìrà mi àyànfẹ́ àwò ti Surveyors Adams ẹ bá mi ṣàdúrà fún o. Àbúdí o tóbi olókùn àbúdí o tóbi ọlọ́sà àbò rẹ̀. Mo ní ẹ bá mi ṣàmì àdúrà fún ọ. Tóbi òkòtò, ọmọ wò mí, tóbi òkòtò. Ẹ bá mi ṣàdúrà fún ọ. Àbùdí o, tóbi ológun. Àbùdí o, tóbi ọlọ́sà. Àpò ẹ ó yá iṣẹ́ òwúrọ̀ ẹ àti iṣẹ́ ọ̀sán ẹ jẹ́ kó tó ẹ jàyè títí dandan alẹ́ o ìní owó ẹ̀dá ṣèbí sọ tíra ní owó ẹ̀dá ṣèbí kàdára. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú dádì adára níjọ CAC 1 billion ti wá ní mo máa ròdo ẹ̀ní gbé kó kú aṣíwájú ẹ̀kú dádì o adára níjọ onítèmi o adára níjọ o yéyé o. Surveyors Adams ọ̀làlá mo máa ròdo onítèmi o gbé kó kú Adams aṣíwájú ẹ̀kú o ẹni pé kò lọ aṣíwájú ẹ lọ o Adams ìwọ kọ́ mi o. ẹ̀gbọ́n mi tó mòye Surveyors Adams olóríire mi lókèlókè wà lọ o orí tó mú wáyé orí owó ni orí tó mú wáyé rí ẹ tètè dá fún ẹ o ẹlẹ́dà ẹ̀ bàbá wá gbé ẹni jà. àwò tí a dì ọmọ ṣónẹ́kàn mo máa ń ròde o Surveyors Adams ti wá ní mo máa ń ròde o torí Surveyors Adams ṣe báyìí ó yá òòyì biribiri ló yí kan ẹ o. bàbá wa dára níjọ òòyì biribiri ló yí kan ẹ o nádì. Oyi biribiri lóyìn kan bàbá wa dára níjọ o àánú Olúwa yìí kan ẹ o dádì ẹ ṣé oyi biribiri lóyìn kan yín o oyi biribiri lóyìn kan yín oyi biribiri lóyìn kan ẹ o àánú Olúwa yìí kan ẹ o apátírà ó ṣe ọlọ́lá mo máa ń ròde. ó ní oṣù ọlọ́run òfojú mi jẹ́ lòun fẹ́ gbọ́ sọ́bíọ́ àpàtì ràbí ọlọ́lá lórí tèmi o success ẹ máa gbọ́ bí mo bẹ̀ ó ní oṣù ọlọ́run òfojú mi jẹ́. Ìgbà kan lèmi sùn tí sọ́bí adá níjọ dádì lónìí ó ṣe ọlọ́run ò bójú mi jẹ́. Kò ní dábàá wọn tó ro ẹ pè. Àpàtìrà kò dẹ̀ ní dábàá wọn tó ro ẹ pè. Ọlọ́run ní ojojú ọ̀tá ẹ̀ ó ṣe ọlọ́run ò bójú mi jẹ́. Wọ́n ní ìgbà kan ni wọ́n sùnù táyà. Ìgbà kan ni wọ́n sùnù táyà. Ó tún ní pé ìgbà kan ni wọ́n sùnù spíkà. Onídàáfà wọn tó rò ẹ́ pé ó ṣe ọlọ́run ò bójú mi jẹ́. Àpàtìrà gbọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n á rí ìyọ̀nù o ìyọ̀nù lọ́wọ́. Àpàtìrà èèyàn sọ Adédèjì wọ́n ní wọ́n á rí ìyọ̀nù o Adédèjì ìyọ̀nù lọ́wọ́ ajá tó bá jù ẹkùn ẹ sọ fún àárí ìyọ̀nù lọ́wọ́. Sọ́bí Adédèjì ló fẹ́ sanwó mi lọ́wọ́. Sẹ́kẹ́tìrì ta ló ṣàgídí agídí ọ̀ràn o. Sọ́bí Adédèjì ló ṣàgídí agídí dìtẹ̀ tọ́tẹ̀ má tẹ̀ wọ́n o. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Sọ́bí Ọ̀gbẹ́ngà lára. Bàbá wọn youth, bàbá wọn boys. Sọ́bí alára torí Sọ́bí alára ẹjẹ́ àṣebáyé ó yá òbírí pópó ti kó pópó ti kó òbírí pópó ti kó Sọ́bí alára ilẹ̀kẹ̀ tó bá ti já ẹ̀yà yàrá ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ o Sọ́bí Ọ̀gbẹ́ngà lára òsùnmọ́ mi síbí àwọn tí bàbá wa tó lè sí. Wéyù gbogbo sùúrù lérè Sọ́bí alára mo bá ròde dání mo ti débi tí ẹ lọ́rùn wọ́sì torí Sọ́bí alára ẹ̀jẹ̀ tún ṣe báyìí ìyẹn bá lọ pọ́n nílé pípé wọ́n náà wà lóde ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀. Pẹ̀lú gbogbo sùúrù lérè pátápátá ọlọ́lá tí mo kọ́kọ́ rí Sọ́bí Ọ̀gbẹ́ngà lára ṣàmàdà kọjọ́ lọ. Bí ẹ bá gbọ́ nílé wípé wọ́n náà wà lóde ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀ ibi tí wọ́n gbé náà á o. ibi tí wọ́n gbé náà wá o ilẹ̀ aláàánú àròjọ. Sọ̀bì alára wà ń bẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ ó wà ń bẹ̀ sọ̀bì alára wà níbẹ̀. Wà ń bẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ sọ̀bì alára bí ọmọ márùndé o. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́ mọ́ríkì rẹ̀ ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́ mọ́ríkì rẹ̀. Ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́ mọ́ríkì rẹ̀ ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́ mọ́ríkì rẹ̀ ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́ mọ́ríkì rẹ̀ àpàtìrà ò ṣe mo dúpẹ́ o ẹ̀mú ògùrọ̀ mọ́. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú gbogbo àwọn daddies àwọn surveyors pàtó. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú ìyọ́nú. Success bá mi ṣe báyìí. Béèyàn máa yọ lẹ́jà òun burúkú á máa yọ. Mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní orin tó rí kan. Mo ní ẹni Ọlọ́run bá ń fẹ́ lọ́mọ èèyàn fẹ́. Ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi. Ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi. Ẹ yò ẹni tó bá ti yọ́nú sí ẹ. Oṣù ọdún ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba. Ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba, ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba òun náà máa rí. Ẹ yò àánú lórí gbà. Àjíà adára níjọ àánú lórí gbà dádì adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Adára níjọ àánú lórí gbà dádì adé orí. Ẹ̀yà kìnìún yá Júdà àánú lórí gbà bàbá wa dára níjọ àánú lórí gbà óyá ọtí lẹ́kùn mọ́mọ́ ọ̀fi kọ́kọ́rọ́ pamọ́ ọ̀fi kọ́kọ́rọ́ bàbá wa dára níjọ Yẹmí ìwọ Yẹmí Martins Secretary Planning Committee ọdún yìí bàbá dára níjọ Yẹmí okú iṣẹ́ takuntakun ọtìlẹ̀kùn mọ́mọ́ ọtìlẹ̀kùn mọ́mọ́ ọtìlẹ̀kùn mọ́mọ́ odò tí gbó ní yẹ̀yẹ́ lọ kò wá tán ẹni bá ń kó jẹ́ sódà kó máa wó mi. Yẹmí Martins òkú iṣẹ́ takuntakun secretary odò tí wó ní yẹ̀yẹ́ lọ wá tán ẹni wá ń kó bẹ́ẹ̀ sódò kó máa wó mi lọ. MK abáṣọ fún ọ títí tán ọba gbà kò burú àgbo méjì ọmọdé nínú kòtò. Aliu sọfàlàyọ̀nù sọ kọ́mú kọ́kọ́rọ́ kọ́tí àpò ètò ìjọba lọ bàbá ẹgbẹ́ yìí kẹ́ Àtíkù ọjọ́ Àtíkù. Dádì ẹ ṣe máa dá kòjó lọ mo rántí ọjọ́ sí. Ẹ kú ìnáwó ọjọ́ ẹ àti mọ́mì ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Ọmọ rere ló máa gbẹ̀yìn gbogbo wa. Ilẹ̀kùn mọ́ ọmọ ọbì gbọ́gbọ́rọ́. Ilẹ̀kùn mọ́ ọmọ. Aliu Samuel súnmọ́ mi síbí. Àtíkù níbo ló wà? Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Jimmy. Ọtí ilẹ̀kùn mọ́ ọmọ. Bóyá kálukú ló ní tiẹ̀ lára níbi tó fi hàn òwò ènìyàn oníṣẹ́ lómi. Pátá ni mo bá mú ẹni tí ilẹ̀ mọ́ wá ní ìbára o. Dots. Kálukú ló ní tiẹ̀ lára níbi tó bí òbò ènìyàn níṣẹ́ lómi yìí. Láyé bí tóbi gbogbo apáta ní mọ́lá láàmú ẹni nílẹ̀ mọ́. MJ ẹ̀ránṣọ yín ní tó gbé so. MK lónílé ẹ fọmọ ní ìfìdá ẹ jẹ́ kọ́mọ ẹ fọmọ ní ìfìdá ẹ ti rìn jàjà ẹ ṣọgbà yín wọ́n pè yín wọ́n fẹ́ rajà ẹ ṣọgbà yín o wọ́n pè yín wọ́n fẹ́ rajà bàbá wa dára níjọ ṣé o lónìí wọ́n ní pé Ọlọ́run mi ò bàbá ṣe. Mo dúpẹ́ Ọlọ́run mi ò bàbá ṣe. Bẹ́rù wá dúpẹ́ oore àná àgùnlá. Sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run ò fọ̀hún méjì ló kọjá ọpẹ́. Bàbá wa dára níjọ. MJ Adams mi ó dúpẹ́ Ọlọ́run mi ó bàbá ó ṣe. Bẹ̀rù àdúpẹ́ oore àná àgbà ńlá ńlá. Sọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run bá òfòhùn méjì ló kọjá ọpẹ́. Mo rí iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run mo rí ìlú. Mo rọ́ ìkẹ́ Ọlọ́run mo rí ìlú. Kálọ̀ nírọ̀rùn láti dúpẹ́ f'Olúwa. Bàbá yàrá níjọ ìlọ bí ibọ̀ nírọ̀rùn. Wọ́n ní pé ẹni mo Olúwa o. Ẹni bá Ọlọ́run o, ó tún kẹ̀kẹ́ ìjọ sílẹ̀ ó yà ó mọ́rẹ́ Ọlọ́run. Mọ́rẹ́ Olúwa, ó tún kẹ̀kẹ́ ìjọ sílẹ̀ ó yà. Mo tún kẹ̀kẹ́ ìjọ sílẹ̀ ó yà. Mo bá mọ́rẹ́ Ọlọ́run o. Sọba mọ̀ràn Ọlọ́run o, Sọ̀bíọ̀ Káyọ̀dé. Odùlé chairman planning committee. Ọba mọ̀ràn Olúwa o, ẹtúkẹ̀ káyíjọ sílẹ̀ ọ̀yà. Mọ̀ràn Olúwa, mọ̀ràn Olúwa, ẹtúkẹ̀ káyíjọ sílẹ̀ ọ̀yà. Ẹtúkẹ̀ káyíjọ sílẹ̀ ọ̀yà. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin Sọ̀bíọ̀ ọ̀yìnà ẹ jẹ́ ká rán mi o. Bàbá wa dára níjọ ọlọ́lá tí mo kọ́kọ́ rí àyànfẹ́ Sọ̀bíọ̀ adára níjọ. Dáàdì ló ní pé kílẹ̀ ni mo ṣe tàbí sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gàn, kílẹ̀ ni mo ṣe tàbí sọ̀rọ̀ àbòsí. Ọlọ́run ò torí ẹ̀gàn dá mi sí o, ló ṣe kọjú sí mi ṣe lóore tójú mọ́ ti mi. Bàbá wa adára níjọ, dádì ọ̀tá ń lùlù ẹ̀gbọ́n alábòsí múra àtijọ́. Sọ̀bí adára níjọ, dádì ọ̀tá ń lùlù ẹ̀gbọ́n alábòsí múra àtijọ́. Ẹlẹ́nu èké ti gbẹ́nu rẹ̀ fún pọ́nbẹ́pọ́nbẹ́ o, àtọwọ́ torí tọ̀wọ́n jẹ́kọ́ ṣe rere. Ẹlẹ́nu èké ti gbẹ́nu rẹ̀ fún pọ́nbẹ́pọ́nbẹ́ o, àtọwọ́ torí tọ̀wọ́n tó. Mi ò mọ̀dí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Sọ̀bí adára níjọ, mi ò mọ̀dí tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Mi ò mọ̀, mi ò mọ̀, mi ò mọ̀. Mo ṣàárí pé Jésù fẹ́ràn mi ò Sọ̀bí adára níjọ. Mi ò mọ̀dí tó fi ọmọ Mósè orí mọ́ ládẹ́dì tó fi fẹ́ràn mi. Yéyéyé, mi ò mọ̀, mi ò mọ̀, mi ò mọ̀. Mo ṣàárí pé Jésù fẹ́ràn mi. Ẹ̀rí wá bí ta àtijọ́. Ẹ̀rí wá bí ti gbani, ọba ẹ̀rí wá kò yí padà. Ẹ̀rí wá bí ta àtijọ́, ó ẹ̀rí wá bí ta àtijọ́. Ẹ̀rí wá bí ti gbani, ọba ẹ̀rí wá. Bàbá dára níjọ. Dádì, bàbá wa dára níjọ. Ó yá bàbá ló sọ ẹ́ di apàṣẹ o. Bàbá ló sọ ẹ́ di apàṣẹ. Bàbá dára níjọ. Ọlọ́run ló sọ ẹ́ di apàṣẹ o. Bàbá ló sọ ẹ́ di apàṣẹ. Ó yá Àjàwúrà kábì. Sọ̀bí Dáúdù ọba mi dé o. Olóyè o, ọba mi dé o, ó ti dé. Àjàwúrà kábì, ọba mi dé o, olórí ayé. Bóyá tó bá tún rí bẹ́ẹ̀, màmá pa orí Ọlọ́run mọ́ra o. Àtíkù Olúwa bàṣẹ Àtíkù lóore. Màmá pa orí Ọlọ́run mọ́ra o, Àtíkù yé Olúwa bàṣẹ lóore. Sọ̀bí Àtíkù kọrin hallelujah, jíjó ayọ̀ sí bàbá. Kọrin hallelujah, jíjó ayọ̀ sí bàbá. Àtíkù ló jíjó mi lọ. Ọlọ́lá mo máa ròde. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú ẹ̀ àṣìṣe wá ní òwò. Àwọ̀ Àtíkù mo máa ròde o. Àtíkù ó ti lọ wájú. Ó ti lọ wájú. Wálé Assis ó ti lọ wájú. Ó ti lọ wájú. Wálé Wálé ọmọ Assis. Wálé Wálé ọmọ Assis. Àwọn Àtíkù mo máa ròde o. Àtíkù lọ́lá mo máa ròde. Èèyàn ló sanwó èèyàn. Àtíkù ló fẹ́ sanwó mi o. Èèyàn ló sanwó èèyàn. Àtíkù ló fẹ́ sanwó mi o. Èèyàn ló sanwó èèyàn. Àtíkù ló fẹ́ sanwó mi o. Àtíkù yéye. Èèyàn ló sanwó èèyàn. Àtíkù Oya, Èdùmàrè fún anybody. Èdùmàrè fún anybody. Àtìkù orí lóní ṣe. Ẹ̀dá ò láàárọ̀ pé o. Wálé Azeez orí lóní ṣe. Àwọn Àtìkù ní o láàárọ̀ pé o. Wálé Èdùmàrè fún anybody. Wálé Azeez o. Wálé Rọmọ Azeez. Wálé mo máa ròde. Àwọ̀ Àtìkù mo bá yìí o. Wálé mo máa ròde o. Ẹni pé kókó aṣíwájú ẹ̀ kú o. Wálé o. Ẹni pé kò láṣíwájú ẹ̀ lọ o. Máma pa orí Ọlọ́run mọ́ràn o. Wálé Olúwa bàṣẹ lóore. Máma pa orí Ọlọ́run mọ́ràn o. Wálé o ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o. Yé Olúwa bàṣẹ lóore. Ó yá kọrin 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 hallelujah. Ijó ayọ̀ sí ẹ tájú dọ́ọ̀tàn ní hallelujah. Ọmọ Ọláníyàn mi. Sọ́bí Ọ̀táwò Ọláníyì bí o. Sọ́bí Ọ̀táwò mo bá ròde o. Èjì rẹ ló ní tèmi pàtàkì. Sọ́bí Ọ̀táwò bí o. Mo bá ròde. Sọ́bí Ọ̀táwò ló ní tèmi. Wo iṣẹ́ ti yàtọ̀. Àsìkò ti tó tí wọ́n fẹ́ máa jèrè o. Wo iṣẹ́ ti yàtọ̀. Àsìkò ti tó. Sọ́bíọ́ Wálé Azeez wọ́n ti ná mi lówó níbí o. Ẹ bá mi tọ́jú Táíwò mi o. Eléjì rẹ o. Èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ 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 o. Torí pé àyà mi ò já. Oye àyà mi ò já láti bí méjì. Èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Ọ̀kan mo béèrè fún méjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Ó wọlé alákìsà ó sọlé alákìsà lónígbà aṣọ. Èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Táyé lolú mi èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Èèpo ń bẹ ẹ̀wà ń bẹ o. Torí pé àyà mi ò já láti bí méjì ọmọ Ọláníyì. Ẹni máa bí méjì kó ṣẹ̀wà wá o. Èdèrè.